Great. So board members, any questions or comments?
My only comment is on BBA. It's obviously legal language, but you'll note in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullet, insofar as not inconsistent. So not inconsistent means consistent. So,
Yeah.
so why they have to have not inconsistent there, I assume that's just, again, legal language.
Yeah, insofar as not inconsistent.
Yes.
To be.
It's somewhere else in another policy too, so, and code. So somebody needs to go back to 5th grade grammar and.
They need editors
Yes.
sometimes.
Yeah. we
So
need
other
either
than that, I think we're
commas or
good.
something.
All the references were accurate.
Okay. Do you propose changing it to?
No.
Wouldn't be
No,
the first
because
time we have
it's in-
wordsmithed the VSBA.
I know, like I said, I did find it in code that
Okay,
way, and I
all right.
think it's just a
Yeah, just
choice,
stay there.
legal language.
Okay. Board members, any other comments or questions? Not, I'll entertain a motion.
This is for the first three BBA.
First two,
Just
I
first
think.
two,
First two.
BBA and CBA.
BBA and CBA.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we, on first readings of BBA and CBA, that we approve those as written.
All right, got a motion?
Second.
Thank you, sir. We've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
All right,
Something
taking a
on-
look at the next two, BBFA and BDD. BBFA, policy updated to reflect amendment of Virginia Code 2.2-3115. Updates include deletion of language, which you'll find on page 8, that only applies to counties, cities, and towns with populations less than 10,000. We have, what, 25,000-ish? So
No
we
need.
had to strike that. And there is a cross-reference that was deleted that is an optional policy that we do not have.
Okay,
BDD is a very minor revision. It's that top sentence, I think. Policy updated to reflect amendment of Acts 2020, Chapter 1283, subsection 4-0.01, and some legal references were updated.
did you
And
say that cross-reference 5 times fast?
Yeah. I'm sure this was changed due to the General Assembly this year and acting on making virtual a little less tedious of a policy to, for boards,
Yeah,
to enable boards to have their meetings virtually without so much rigmarole, I guess is the best way to say that.
right.
So, that was a
We
good change.
find it far more necessary than we did in the past, that's for sure. Okay. Any other comments or questions, board members?
Nope, just BBFA is so critical to, to us as individuals, so.
Yeah.
13 pages, very, very important.
Right. No doubt.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve policies BBFA and BDD on first read.
Second.
Thank you. Board members, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great, thank you, Mrs. East.
All righty, we've got DB-R, it's a regulation. It is not a VSBA because they usually don't have regulations for us. We create our own, and they were just revised to reflect current practice. And luckily, we have Mrs. White here to answer any questions.
I have no doubt that she was involved.
Board members, if I can add to that a little bit, of course, Mrs. White is here. You know that on a regular basis, we apply for the GFOA award, and they provide feedback to us regarding our budget process and opportunities for us to continually grow and improve. What you see mostly here is a reflection of some of that feedback as we continually try to build a stronger budget model for our community. This policy is going to impact some of the discussions that you have later on this evening as we open up our budget process for FY22. Can you believe that? But it's now October, and this is typically the time we start to build our budget. And so ultimately, this policy serves as the foundation for our work going forward in the coming months.
I have a couple of suggestions on DBR. First, I think this is a place that would be great to have GBAA and JFHB equity policy as a cross-reference. In the equity policy, it really talks about equity throughout it, but in Section 1, Goochland County School Board is committed to equity and fairness in its decision-making processes from the budgeting and allocation of resources for instruction through a commitment to maximize the potential of all students. So I think that would be a really
Direct
good
reference, yeah.
reference there to show, again, our commitment throughout our work. And the decisions made for the budget are for the good of all students. So I think that would be a good idea. And then on, let's see, there is a page that references the strategic plan in the text of the policy, but there is not a cross-reference. Now, currently, our strategic plan is called Engage 2026. Policies are reviewed every 5 years. So by the time we change the name of we have a new strategic plan, we will also be set to review this policy. So would we want to cross-reference our strategic plan or just leave it in the body of the text that the strategic plan is part of the work or is tied to the work that we do through our budget process?
First, if I may ask, obviously, I don't believe we've done this cross-reference with the strategic plan in the past, but we're adding language that may somehow change that. I mean, that seems a little out of joint to me, just honestly, just gut
That's
instinct
fine.
about it. So board members, what are you thinking?
The strategic plan, even though it's a standalone somewhat document,
Yeah.
based upon, that's a guiding document also, correct?
Right.
So therefore, it would always be reflected in budgetary,
Yeah.
Yeah.
budgetary processes and things. So I
Right.
don't think it's necessary to put it in there, but it's a good call and a good catch from the person.
Yeah, no,
Sure.
Mr. Newman?
It's all interesting to me as far as how many times and places things are mentioned and the connection. I think there's a lot of work that you've done to find that. I'm not so sure that we can be sure that happens every single time, but I think the reference is worth noting.
It does say in number 1, that's where it was, the Goochland County Public Schools annual budget is designed to accomplish the educational goals and priorities established in the school board's approved strategic plan. So it is in the body of the policy.
Right.
So if you feel that that's enough, that's fine.
Well,
I just think it's such a great and important work that's been done for that plan.
Why is
And,
that dash in there?
recognizing it.
Mrs. Barefoot Reed, any strong
Why
opinion?
is that dash in there after boards?
What's that?
There's a dash after school boards approved. There's
Yeah.
a dash in between.
Yeah.
I think it's like name.
Like an
Kind of like
I mean, like an
naming it.
adjective,
Yeah,
to
it's
the-
kind of like
Um,
Mom, Susie.
like
So do you feel-
in-house something.
You need to take that out.
I'm fine with
Okay,
if,
so to me, I mean, again, my instinct was that's not necessarily something that we cross-reference, but truthfully, what we're trying to do is to present, policies out there to the public so that they understand how we go about our business, and more information can't be a bad thing. So, if anybody has a strong, I think it was a valid question, absolutely, and unless somebody feels strongly otherwise, perhaps we add those
The cross-references.
cross-references.
Yeah.
So you say add the cross-reference?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it can't
It's not gonna hurt anything. The only thing it might
Yeah.
cause is later on having to, when you revise it, make sure you revise everything.
Well,
Across the board.
Mrs. Horn has a very valid point that we will touch this at least one more time, as, within this plan.
Yeah, I can
current
see the
strategic
necessity
plan.
for it.
Chair, I
And-
was gonna say, one of the things about policies and
Yeah.
things of that nature, when you don't have a relationship database, then it always makes it very difficult to change things, because a relationship database for all these policies,
right,
if there is a carry through,
yeah.
then you
Yeah.
get that change.
You spot it.
You
Yeah.
spotted.
Well, thankfully, we've got the VSBA to try and worry about these things, and then we also have Mrs. East to worry about these things.
Understand, that's our relationship.
Yeah, no.
Be added to, with the comments of Ms. Horn, be added to the references, and then be approved with the modification. Second.
Okay, board members, you've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Great.
Alrighty, taking a look at GBMA. This policy is updated to reflect amendment 22.1-311 that includes 3 options to hear a grievance. If you download the explanation sheet, I've given you the link that you can go to see the 3 options. The previous board adopted this version, so our recommendation is to just keep it the same. If you want to see the approved hearing officers, you will go to the board's agenda of September 2016, item 16A, and you'll see the 3 names of the hearing officers. But the updates also include minor grammatical revision, lengthens the amount of correspondence time between an employee and a hearing officer, and a legal reference was updated.
The code allows for the choice of, is may in there? May use either of those. There's a word in there that gives you that choice.
Correct.
It states that there is a choice of 3, but I can't remember which word in it.
So board members, for additional clarification, this was something that in 2016 was tackled, and the board ultimately has a choice. When it comes to a grievance procedure, you can hear it yourself as the final body who makes a decision on that, or you can elect to choose a hearing officer who hears the case, makes a presentation to you. You still have final authority in both decisions. There's just an intermediary step with someone that has no ties to the school division to provide a third-party, unbiased perspective to you should that situation arise. Gives you a little more opportunity to hear additional information before ultimately making this decision. Previous board did that in 2016, selected the 3 hearing officers that Ms. East referenced, and I would recommend that you would continue forth with that approach.
I found the hearing officers to be extremely helpful.
Yeah.
It also allows the employee to verbalize their feelings, their concerns, again. And sometimes that provides clarification for them. And it's also in a less, it's a little bit more comfortable because it's not the final. So it, again, that clarification, that time, is very helpful to the process and to the employee.
Board members, questions, comments? My only question is, we've moved from 5 to 10 days for the notice, action on notice, and we feel that's sufficient. And it's always working days, so that's sufficient.
Right.
We can cover those things.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve policy GBMA on first read.
I second.
Thank you. Board members, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Didn't hear all five, so I wanted to make sure. Let's see, a couple more, thank you.
All right, two more. GCBEB. Our policy is actually not VSBA. The policy was updated to reflect current practice per policy GCBD, employee leaves and absences, and includes minor grammatical revision.
Board members, any questions?
I verified all the cross references and it's consistent, so. It's also very important that we respect our military, who are our employees, so it's an important policy for that reason. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve policy GCBEB on first read.
Second. All right. Board members, we've got a motion and a third. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing's failing me.
All right, our last policy, GCDA, policy updated to reflect amendment of Virginia Code 22.1-296.1, states applicants must certify whether they have been convicted versus not convicted. The school board may hire any individual whose civil rights have been restored by the governor. Cross references were alphabetized. I had to take off the VSBA copyright only because there was some language that was irrelevant. And if you take a look at page, let's see, where is it? Page 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph down.
Right, notwithstanding.
Yes, yes. So that very last sentence,
Right.
however, the school board may employ, yeah. What I think VSBA is behind, and we'll probably get a policy soon that we'll be able to add the copyright back to, because they're gonna strike that. That's my guess. I also noticed just now that these two red line paragraphs that were added are not justified, so I'll fix that for second reading.
Okay.
Well, again, this is an extremely important policy. I know that Dr. Armstrong and his team have to be very mindful of this policy. I'm certainly glad that the third paragraph under A says the school board may employ an individual who has been convicted of a felony or crime. I know that in the past there have been cases where, for example, a person was hired to be an accountant and they had been found guilty of a financial issue, and so that was directly related to their job. So that is something that would be very critical to know. So my question would be to Dr. Armstrong. First of all, how many divisions are participating in the reciprocity agreement? Because I don't know that there are a lot of them as far as the background checks.
That's a great question, Mrs. Moore. I don't have an answer for you off the top of my head, but I'm happy to find that.
Okay, that's fine. I feel like most divisions like to do their own background checks.
Right.
Just because it's so important, and not depend on someone else to possibly make an error. So we do our own background
We
checks.
conduct
always?
our own.
Thank you.
Also, are we still doing it if someone leaves our employee for over 90 days, or do they have to be re-fingerprinted and that sort of thing? Because that used to be part of the law.
If I'm not mistaken, we do, and again, I'll confirm that for you, but I know we go through the process again with returning employees who's been with us before. I'll give you a limit on that.
Okay. We're satisfied, we get that information by second reading, we'll be okay. Okay.
I only have one other question on that. So when the individuals have their civil rights restored, in their records, their criminal records, does it still show a felony plus it shows their rights were restored, or does the felony no longer show up on their record?
I think it's expunged.
Yeah.
Right.
So typically, in our experience, and a little context, board members, if you remember, we did some advocacy on this at the General Assembly, because it had impact on former employees of the school division. And in that situation, those individuals had documentation from the government related to restoration of their rights. So that felony still showed up on their criminal record. However, there was documentation associated with that that accompanied that for proof. And so I would expect that if we're ever faced with this situation, we would expect to have a level of documentation to confirm that those rates have been restored. So, and as you referenced, Mrs. Horn, may is the key word. It does not obligate us to do this, but this does give us the flexibility that, there are always individualized circumstances, depending on what the severity of the felony was and the relationship and the age of the individual at the time. There's always some context there, but certainly we scrutinize those recommendations very, very critically if we ever are faced with something like that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, for you all's information, I personally sign off on every background check as it comes in, so I'll review that by hand with my own eyes and take a look at everything in there. It's pretty detailed, and, again, consult Dr. Ray if there's anything that we really need to pay additional attention to.
One of the cross-references is an act from 2018, and the language of it is not in here, but says notwithstanding the provisions of subsection A of Code 22.1-296.1 of the Code of Virginia, and consistent with the discretion granted to a school board pursuant to Code of Virginia to retain an employee,
Right.
et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So I think that's really important language, that the code recognizes the discretion of the school board and the decision of the school board, so,
Sorry, Ms. Bear, but 90 days is correct.
thank you.
I don't know whether it changed or not.
Mr.
Alright.
Chairman, I move that we approve policy GCDA on first read.
A second.
Okay, board members, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I think I heard 5. Mrs. Dees, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
We helped with this.
Good to see you all.
Thank you.
With that, we can help me out. Close the meeting, and perhaps we should.
If we can go ahead, after we make a motion and approve, have closed meeting in there.
Yeah, that would be
Yes, sir.
good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll read if you will. I move that the Goochland County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of employees of Goochland County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711 Alpha 1. I'll second.
Board members, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We're gonna move into a closed session. You can stay right where you are. We're gonna move ourselves. It's much easier for us than for you. So we will be back in here. I'd like to reconvene into open meeting. The Goochland County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Goochland County School Board. And each board member will respond, I so certify.
Mr. Newman,
I so certify.
Mrs. Horn,
I so certify.
Mr. Wright,
I so certify.
Mr. Quarles,
I so certify.
Mrs. Barefoot Reed.
I so certify.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. This is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, board members, are there any additions or amendments necessary for the proposed agenda? Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
I second.
We've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now we know what we're doing, folks. Good stuff. So next up, we have recognitions. Gabrielle?
Good evening, Mr. Wright, board members, and welcome to our audience. Thank you for being here this evening. As you know, board members, there are 132 school divisions across the Commonwealth, and I'm pleased to announce this evening that our school division has been recognized once again amongst elite company for the work that we are doing related to innovation. And later on this evening, when I provide my recommendation to you regarding our reopening plan, innovation is embedded in that, in addition to the daily work that we do as a school division, to provide students with deeper learning experiences, to provide workplace readiness skills for students, and then we're just built on a mindset that we try new things, that we take risks, that we try to find opportunities to meet the needs of students in a different way. It's in the DNA of our employees, it's embedded in our school division with part of our core values being creativity. 15 school divisions were recently recognized by the State Board of Education as school divisions of innovation, and we were one of those 15. So again, it's public recognition of the great work our school division is doing. This comes on the heels of recognition that we received earlier this summer as our students with disabilities and our special educators are recognized as a premier special education department, as well as being recognized for some other innovative practices in our school division. So again, it's another celebration of the excellence of our school division. I'm proud of all 468 employees, the support that you provide as a school board to allow this to take place, and thankful to be able to have this excellent work taking place in our school division day and day. So congratulations to us for our work, being recognized for great things happening in our school division. The next recognition we have this evening, and the beauty of our public board meetings is we have the opportunity to celebrate the great work of our school division, and it's always a pleasure to celebrate our professionals who have gone above and beyond to do work beyond their current contractual time, to expand their own skills and responsibilities. We are driven by maximizing the potential of each learner. And each learner is not just our students, but it is us as professionals who serve this community. And it's my pleasure this evening to recognize one of those employees. She'll be introduced by her leadership, and that is Debbie White, our Chief Financial Officer.
So Kendra Harris has been in our school division for some time. She came in first as an instructional assistant, right? She was tagged to become a bookkeeper, and she did an excellent job out of her. I saw the great work she did, and when we had an opening in central office, I convinced her that she would be the perfect person to be a purchasing officer here in central office. Purchasing is, Ms. Hickson will understand back there is it's a very special type of job, and not everybody can do it. So, last year, right after she was hired, she went through the first level, which is Virginia, contracting associate. And, this year, she took 2 rigorous weeks of work with, virtual classes with lots of free reading, with a rigorous exam at the end, and she passed it. She passed 100% of the practical, I'm just really pleased, this, in the last couple of weeks while she was taking the course, we had a very complex settlement, and she handled that, she used all her skills, and, she's just been doing a great job. So thank you.
Congratulations, Sandra. The board members, our next recognition is for our wonderful library media specialists who were recognized, I believe it was August when we were at the high school, and so they think they brought us cookies or something like that. So I'll always remember that. But anyway, you know the work that they did this summer as they went with the Sunshine Food Bus. As we were providing healthy meals to our students, we also provided books to our families, and so those books were donated by a variety of sources. And so it's just a fantastic program to continue outreach and expand literacy opportunities for students at the same time. Our bookkeepers were just recognized by the Virginia Municipal League for their leadership, and so they were nominated and did receive an award for the great work that they have done. And so they're not able to be with us this evening, but I do want to recognize them again for their contributions to making a difference in our community. So congratulations to them. And our core values of excellence, courage, creativity, honor, and optimism. Said that it's in our DNA to innovate, but if you cut open the veins of a Goochland County Public Schools employee, you're going to see echo jumping out of our bodies, because that's who we are, that's what we're driven by, and that's core to who we are as an organization. You know that we recognize our employees who exemplify the core values of our school division. It's my pleasure this evening to recognize those employees publicly for everyone to see, and Dr. Armstrong is going to lead us through that this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Raley, Mr. Wright, members of the board. Again, it is my pleasure to do our first in-person ECHO recognition since February. We did this virtually back in May. A little different. I don't have any trophies exchanged. Folks can come up. We might not have our picture, but we'll get back to that soon, I hope. So let's kick it off. I'd like to ask Mr. Andy Myler to come forward, please. Let's give Mr. Myler a hand. Mr. Myler was nominated by Nate Potter and Kelly Burton. Are Nate and Kelly here tonight? No, it's okay. For his optimism, excellence, and honor, Mr. Myler has been assisting Mr. Hopkins out at Byrd and has made sure that every educator, student, bus driver, nutritionist, monitor, and custodian was prepared to deliver and receive instruction in a safe and positive environment. His informative yet lengthy emails, that's from Mr. Potter, by the way, uplifting stories and ability to listen in a way that allow for everyone to have an opinion and feel valued makes our workplace a better one. In a time of uncertainty and uneasiness, he provided a smile and reassurance, and for that, he deserves to be recognized. Congratulations and thank you, Mr. Myler. Mr. Jay Sykes. Let's give Mr. Sykes a hand. Mr. Sykes was nominated by his colleague Brett Albus, who I know is here this evening. You want to wave? There you go. For his courage. Mr. Sykes has demonstrated incredible courage in moving a 100% performance-based class, that being band, to 100% virtual. He continues to go above and beyond to make sure his students have the best instruction possible, even though his job has now become exceedingly difficult. He recorded numerous videos for every instrument to make sure that his teaching is as close to in-person as possible. Even though technology may not be his strong suit, that's Brett, that's not me. He has put on a brave face and continues to rise to everyday challenges. Mr. Sykes always makes sure his students feel loved, supported, and included, and this year is no different. Congratulations and thank you. I don't believe Mr. Harry Robinson is here tonight. Harry? No? And I know several folks couldn't be here, but you may remember Harry has helped us out at the board meetings before. He is a lead custodian at Goochland Middle School and was nominated by Ashton Paxson for his excellence. Ms. Paxson says that Harry has worked tirelessly to get the school where it needs to be in terms of safety and cleanliness, all while he constantly has a smile and a great attitude. All of us know him. He is amazing, and on behalf of Ms. Paxton, I say the same thing for both Harry and all of our custodial staff, so I want to give them all a big thank you. Catherine Richards, would you come forward, please? Catherine Richards is the ITC at Goochland High School. I will tell you, normally I don't recognize people 2 consecutive Echo Awards, but you slipped in because you were nominated by 3 people at Goochland High School, Mr. Wampler, Ms. Rogers, and Ms. Cindy Sheldon-Ide for your excellence, courage, and optimism. Ms. Sheldon-Ide says that her incredible patience and fortitude in helping us learn how to teach virtually and giving endless amounts of help school-wide and individually so the teachers felt ready for this transition, all while smiling and being so kind and supportive, is amazing. So that's from Ms. Sheldon-Ide. Mr. Wampler, a man of few words, says, she helped me build the foundation for how I'm approaching virtual teaching. And that is a task in itself, I'm sure. It's a great work. And then Ms. Rogers says that Catherine's been the biggest support for teachers as we prepare for schools to open. She proactively planned developments that would be the most helpful during Teacher Week and answered countless questions ranging from conceptualizing lesson plans to basic tech tips. Catherine was patient, organized, and thorough in all of our trainings and question and answer sessions. She personally answered every email question I threw at her, and I threw a lot. Catherine is a fantastic resource for all of us. Catherine, congratulations and thank you. And another Goochland High School nominee, Nurse Duffy, Ken Duffy, come on down. Ken Duffy is the nurse at Goochland High School, is also our lead nurse for Goochland County Public Schools, and as you can imagine, her work has been a little more complex in the last few months. She was nominated by Casey Rogers for her excellence. Ken single-handedly managed the opening of this building the first week of school. Now, I was there too, I'm sorry. She was here early, setting up temperature check stations, showing teachers what to do, and managing the health checks of our students. Through everything, she was proactive in planning, transparent communication, and welcoming as everyone came back to school. She truly did that. I witnessed it. Kent, you and all of our nurses do an amazing job. Congratulations and thank you. And the operations side, from transportation, is Miss Amy Powers here. Yes, she is. Come on up, Miss Powers. Let's give her a hand. Ms. Powers is one of our administrative staff members in our transportation shop. A lot of you have probably heard her voice, talked to her on the phone, but now you're getting to see her out here, which I think is great. And she was recognized by her supervisor, Ms. Rosie Holman, for her excellence and her optimism. Amy has excelled her normal duties as a dispatcher. Since the absence of her colleague, Ms. Powers has shown a great attitude in taking on other responsibilities such as purchasing, keeping track of outstanding purchases, and expanding our traversal routing system. She never complains about staying later than usual and has a can-do attitude. I would love for her to receive this award, which I feel is deserved. I agree, she's getting it. Congratulations, Ms. Powers. And finally, I'd like to ask Mr. Peter Martin, Mr. Michael Reedy, Mr. Ryan Jones, I believe is here, and Jimmy Nichols. Is Jimmy here? Yeah, come on down. Henry Pace is part of this team too, but he is unfortunately not able to be here tonight. This, yes. This is the heart of the operational technology team. They were nominated by me for their excellence, their optimism, and their creativity. As you will hear in our State of the Workforce presentation later this evening, these 5 individuals serve about 400 teachers, IAs, and staff with laptops, iPads, and phones, and an additional 2,600 students with iPads and laptops. They don't contract anything out. They've been interfacing with students, staff, and families without a break during the entire closure. They answer emails on the tech support email chain. They have provided Khajiit devices to over 500 students and staff. They maintain Alta network and IT infrastructure, manage grants, troubleshoot projectors. They change Munis passwords. They maintain our network safety protocols. They give mobile internet access points. They report to schools at 5 a.m. when a power surge throws the network off. They literally have been laying the groundwork for expanded broadband access in this community. We are the best division in this area for many reasons, and the almost unfathomable quality and quantity of work that these employees perform every day, night, and weekend is one non-negotiable reason for our success. We are a small rural division, the 21st century corporate level network technology, thanks to this team, so congratulations. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. So next up, we've got announcements and reminders. Let's see, for some reason, we're reminding you that there was a town hall last week. But districts 2 and 3, no doubt, had a good time at their town hall. We've got several that are coming up there. District 1 is coming up this Thursday, and then the following week, District 4 and 5 will be held for their downtown hall. And we also have next month's regular school. Then, board members, we have our consent agenda. Got a number of different items here: personnel, finance-related things, advisory committee appointments, and then also a contract that we've got. Do you feel any need to pull out any particular items? Would you like to handle them at the slate? What's the pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to handle the consent items as a slate, and I move that the consent items be approved as submitted.
Second. Okay. Motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Pretty quick. Let's see. Superintendent's comments is next up. Dr. Miller?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Chairman, we're going to transition into our school improvement plans, and
Sorry,
you know,
I need to refresh. I'm very sorry.
no worries at all. You know, each year, board members, you know, we have an opportunity to hear directly from our principals about the work that they intend to do as leaders of our 5 schools. And so we have 4 of those principals who are going to join us this evening. Our other principals want to join us next month for her presentation. But it's great to be able to hear from our principals regarding what they have done with their staff to develop school improvement plans. This has been a collaborative effort amongst the staff at the schools. You're going to hear goals tonight related to equity. You're going to hear goals tonight related to engagement, as well as other school-specific goals that these leaders feel are very important. So it's my pleasure this evening to introduce our first principal, who's going to present his school improvement plan, is Mr. James Hopkins at Byrd. And Mr. Hopkins, we look forward to hearing about the great work that's going to take place this year.
Good evening, board. Artie, Dr. Rayleigh, it's good to be here. Good to see all of you. Hope everyone is healthy and staying safe and keeping your social distancing. Very good. That makes me feel good. I'm going to present the school improvement plan for Byrd Elementary School, and as you see, soaring together far and wide, that is our theme for this year, and it relates directly to the board's inclusion and equity goals. So I also, just speaking as a citizen as well, I commend the board for establishing those goals. This slide is just one that's in everyone's presentation, just talking about what Goochland County Public Schools are all about. This one also, our directions this year were to include 3 goals. The first one, an engagement goal. Our second one, equity inclusion. And then our third is a school specific. Goal 1 for BIRD is during this school year, BES will create an environment, virtual and on-site, that engages the students and enhances their learning as measured by the BES engagement survey, hopefully 80% or above. Excuse me. Our MAPs, 65% or above, will meet projected growth in reading and math, and PAL, 65% or above, will be on grade level in reading. And these are some of the strategies. I'm not going to go through and read each one, I'm just going to highlight some. The first one is to provide structured social time during morning meetings to allow classmates and teachers to get to know each other. Basically, relationship building. We know that that is very important. Before we can accomplish any academic goals, we have to have a relationship with our teachers and with our students. So hopefully, by giving teachers time to get to know students, giving students time to get to know each other, that will make them feel more comfortable in their environment. 2, flexible small group instruction. As we know, sometimes in a large environment, children are not comfortable, adults are not comfortable speaking out. So if we can get them in those small groups, we can find out what it is that they need to know, what they need to be familiar with, and this will benefit them instructionally. 3 is to provide support for the asynchronous learners. We know that there are some students out there, unfortunately, they don't have the broadband, and their parents are not comfortable sending them to school, but it is still our responsibility to meet their needs. So we're reaching out to them, myself, teachers, our parent engagement person, on a weekly basis to try to really relate to them, letting them know that even though they are asynchronous, they're still part of the BES family. And I'm going to skip 4, and then 5, communicate and collaborate with families frequently to find out their needs and daily routines as they navigate these challenging times. These are really challenging times. We have never experienced anything like this in our lifetime. So we need to make sure that we are asking people how they're feeling. It doesn't relate to academics. Actually, it does. But we just need to find out, how are you doing? We just don't do that enough anymore in our society. We have too many arguments about everything, instead of just saying, are you okay? How are you doing? And that's very meaningful and important to me that we do that as a BIRD family. Goal 2, during the school year 2021, we will create an environment which fosters a sense of belonging of diverse populations of students and staff, as measured by our BES Sense of Belonging survey. I put 70% for students and 85% for our staff. Unfortunately, even in the year 2020, we still have people of diverse backgrounds who don't feel comfortable in the mainstream. And it's time we step up to the plate and change that. And again, I cannot say how much I commend this board for doing that. What are we going to do? Provide professional development from the VCIC. We will have several trainings this year. We have a diversity and inclusion team at our school. We will meet regularly. We will meet with the VCIC person on October the 27th. We will have professional development the following month in November for our entire faculty. Another thing that I'm proud of, not my idea, but my staff, share diverse books with students in class, as well as initiate BES Virtual Read Aloud program. And we'll post those readings on Seesaw and Schoology as BES bedtime stories. It can be a favorite story. It can be a story about another culture. It can be a story about your culture. It could be anything you want it to be. So if you all want to participate, let me know. Email me, and we will get you to read your stories, and we will post them for our children. Our theme again is Soaring Together Far and Wide, and we will have a monthly focus on different cultures. Each month the teachers will get a menu of ideas from our theme committee, and they will pick some of those ideas to share with their classes. Something else, again, not my idea, but my faculty and staff, create a school quilt. And of course, it's going to be virtual, but every student and staff member will have an opportunity to draw a picture, create something, and we're going to put it together, and I can't wait to see it. And it's going to be every single person a sense of belonging. In goal 3, during the school year 2020-21, BAS will build relationships and continue to create a culture that engages every family through effective communication as measured by our family engagement survey. And we hope to get an 80% satisfaction rate. One of the first things we want to do, and I'm working with a parent engagement specialist, to target families that are disengaged and work together with those families to find meaningful ways to engage them. What is it that you need us to do to help you to become engaged in your child's education? We want to ensure, I'm skipping 2, going to 3, ensure that every interaction with families is positive and valuable. Sometimes as educators, we tend to give too much jargon, too much information, and we need to just cut to the chase, give them what they need, and make it positive. Communicate in a timely manner, making sure that they understand it. Sometimes there's a language barrier. Again, sometimes we use jargon that's above their heads. It touched me when I was talking to a bank, a person at the bank, and they were giving me information. I don't understand the things they were talking about. I consider myself to be highly educated, but they were talking the financial jargon that I totally didn't understand. And I thought, you know what? That's how some of our families feel when we're talking to them. So we need to make sure we're communicating with them in a manner that they can understand. 5, invite parents on virtual tours of the school and classrooms to share valuable information about the school and their child's learning environment. We had planned our BS virtual back to school night, but it got canceled, so it's going to be this Thursday night, so I hope that all of you will be able to attend that. And then of course highlight the diversity within our school and community. That's my school improvement plan, or I shouldn't say mine, that's our school improvement plan. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to express my appreciation for the fact that in almost everything you've said, every strategy, every goal, you have mentioned a relationship, tying things together, building family, making everyone welcome, and letting everybody have a part. And I really appreciate that. That is truly the key to the relationship.
I totally agree. It's an old cliche, but it takes a village.
And I mean, it's the same, even your soaring together on your strategies include ways to recognize folks as individuals and their cultures, yet the quilt itself symbolizes you're all beautiful, and together we are even better. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I would like to volunteer to read that kind of story.
Send me an email. Shoot me an email and I'll get you on the list.
Absolutely do that.
Thank you.
That's really great. Thank you so much for taking the time
Thank you.
to bring this forward, and I agree with everything that was said earlier. It's also really good to see.
Good to see everyone too. Thank you all.
Well done, Mr. Hopkins. Next, we have Mrs. Melissa Reams, who's the principal of Randolph Elementary School. It's a pleasure to publicly introduce Mrs. Reams. She was introduced earlier this summer, but unfortunately she hasn't had the opportunity to meet as many folks as we normally would have life, but it's a great opportunity for us to hear her vision in collaboration with her faculty regarding what the Randolph Roadrunners are going to accomplish this year.
Thank you, Dr. Rayleigh. Good evening, Mr. Wright and members of the board. As we navigate such a unique time to lead, our school's 3 goals ground us in the important work we are tasked to do. At RES, we believe the foundation of a great school experience is rooted in strong relationships and student engagement. Which leads me to our first goal. Randolph Elementary School will foster a student experience that is grounded in engaging classroom lessons and strong relationships, measured by maintaining an 85% rating of good or excellent on student survey results and the Goochland County Public Schools Distance Learning Survey. We will accomplish this goal by prioritizing student recognition, professional development, and school-wide initiatives. There's a perception that a student only goes to the principal's office for something negative. In the past 5 years, I've made it my mission to change this. In Strategy 1, RES students will be recognized for their growth and commitment to our Forward Compass values, both virtually and in person. So similar to how a student may be written up for an office referral, this is a positive office referral. And the students come up, we call their parents together, and it really creates an opportunity to build relationships with both students and families and really change that perception that many of us still hold on to. So that's been really positive in my previous schools, and I'm so excited to do that with the staff and students at Randolph. Then based on our responses from our open-ended questions in the survey, classroom observation data, RES will offer professional development for teachers to continue working on their student engagement experiences. And we will participate in a variety of engaging school-wide activities. Here you can see some of the ones that we've already accomplished so far this year. Dot Day, Virginia Day, Rock Your School Day, and just other activities. We have such a beautiful courtyard. We have teachers that are delivering books to students' homes so that they can stay connected with them and feel like they're still a part of the school and a part of the class, even in our current virtual setting. Our second goal, Randolph Elementary School will promote an equitable, diverse, and inclusive environment where all students feel a sense of belonging, measured by classroom observations, number of books read in each classroom, and our student advisory feedback rating scale. Together with the VCIC, the Virginia Center for Inclusive Communities, we will provide training for our staff and community. Ours too, similar to BIRDS, is upcoming in November. Our existing Cultural and Self-Awareness Committee has been expanded with an addition of 4 subcommittees. So our teachers have decided to participate in one of these 4 action committees. Visual representation, which means bulletin boards, pictures, quotes that will be in the hallway to make an environment where students feel like they can see themselves and see others that maybe aren't like them and feel a sense of belonging. Our literature selection, community outreach and mindfulness, and our student advisory committee. So we're really excited about that work. I'm gonna put this picture up. One of our coaches posted this quote on Twitter, and it just really spoke to me. Diversity is a fact, inclusion is an act. And embracing diversity and leading that through inclusion is what ultimately is going to close gaps. When we have this idea that all kids are our kids, and we truly live and breathe that, great things will happen. And lastly, goal 3, Randolph Elementary School will provide parents opportunities to engage with staff and acquire necessary information, knowledge, and skills to support their children's education at home and at school. This is measured by analytics from a newsletter program I use called SMORE and Power School, a principal call log, and parent feedback from principal chats. So it's no surprise that I am new, not new to Goochland as I'm a resident of Goochland, but new in the capacity of building level principal. So in September, we began hosting a principal chat series, a series of virtual events that parents could opt in to attend. And we got input from our parents on topic interests, which guided our various snapshot themes. So as you can see, we've already completed 2. One is tomorrow night. We've had a principal meet and greet, a snapshot of gifted services, and tomorrow we'll be talking about social emotional support and our counseling program. So what you see up there is everything that the parents have said they need, and then we'll continue to gain input from them so that we can support them moving forward. So we're really excited about that work. So this being my first year, connection with families and students is my #1 priority. Through the chats, weekly communication, various social media outlets, and good old-fashioned phone calls, I'm building trust with my families so that together we can continue to move Randolph forward. Thank you.
Any questions or comments?
I have one question. Sure. Will the students know that they're getting a positive referral?
By week 2, they all know what it is, but at first they think, oh my goodness, why am I being called to the office? And it just helps break the ice. And even with the parents, I kind of like to play a little bit with them. I say, hey, it's Mrs. Reeves. I have so-and-so with me, and they're like, oh my gosh, what did they do? So pretty soon parents are aware that that's happening, but it's just, I've had parents cry on the phone, just be so appreciative that we're recognizing positive things, whether it's, you know, their character development, their effort on a test, I mean, anything, just anytime we can lift kids up, we need to do it.
Yeah, I'm thinking so many things, but one of the best things is that those kinds of conversations you're having with the principal referral, they'll never forget. And if there's some little something they take home, it's gonna cover refrigerators throughout the community. So that's a great thing, but I just want to say welcome again. I had the chance to attend the open house at RES. It was a beautiful afternoon, cars lined up, everyone happy. I never saw teachers working harder to create something special for open house, and the kids had chances to have their picture taken, pick up computers, things like that. But it was an awesome afternoon.
Really great, thank you. May I ask one more question? I'm so sorry. So how has the attendance been with your chats so far?
So far, we haven't had a huge turnout. I'd say we've had anywhere from 30 to 40 parents on. It depends on how interested they're in, how interested they are in with the topic. But what we have learned is that a lot of parents, like all of us here, are very busy. And I probably get about 20 emails after I post a thank you on Facebook that says, Mrs. Reeves, I forgot. And we've been recording them. So not only are we able to go ahead and send that out afterward, then they can hear the questions and the answers. And another thing we do too is we provide a feedback form for parents after they've attended so that we can get feedback and improve for next time and move forward. So it's been iffy, it's getting higher and higher each one, but we found that recording the sessions really is helpful for everybody's busy life.
That's awesome. Maybe this will help you tomorrow.
Yes, yes.
Thanks again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next we have Mrs. Amy Potter, who's going to let us know about the great things happening at Gleason Middle School this year.
Hello, everyone. All right, so I'm here to present Beecham Middle School's School Improvement Plan. While she's doing that, as you know, the middle school, we are the best of both worlds. Students come to us as elementary students, and they leave to us ready for high school to hand over to the Bulldogs. So, there's a lot of growth, and there is a lot of just about everything that happens in middle school, as our parents, we know very well. So, you're going to see some underlying themes in our school improvement plan this year, across the board. Mr. Hopkins said it best, just with the equity goals and inclusion that you have adopted as a board, we're so excited about that because it is something that we've talked about, especially at the middle school level,
since I've been there for 7 years, and in adolescence, we're trying to find a way that we identify in coming into our own. And right now, between the pandemic and then we also have the social justice pandemic, we have so many questions that we just want to be able to provide a sense of reassurance for our children, but also guide them in the right direction. So with that said, our goal number 1 is that the Goochland Middle School faculty and staff will continue to promote a welcoming and inclusive physical environment that fosters a sense of belonging and safety for all students by celebrating and reflecting the diversity of the Goochland community we serve as measured by the 2020-21 Gallup poll, as well as quarterly student belonging check-ins. How are we going to do that? We start first thing when they get off the bus in the morning, when they get out of the car. We're to the point now where we know, even with the masks, everyone's first and last name. We know their dogs' names. We can recognize their grandparents. But it's to the point where they're getting out of the cars, and I've got students telling me that they scored a goal over the weekend, or they finally caught that long pass, or they adopted a dog. Whatever it may be, it starts right there with that just relationship building. Eye to eye, we can't smile, but you can smile. You see it with their eyes, and that's how you start the day with a child. That's a sense of belonging right there. Someone wants to talk to me and knows me. After that, we are also in the background partnering with the Virginia Center for Inclusive Communities. They are amazing. A lot of the things that they're doing with us, our faculty and staff will experience the right-hand, left-hand experience next week at our faculty meeting. It would be really great to show everyone here what that means as well, because it opens your mind to differences and implicit bias. We've established a GMS equity team to provide professional development and really work with our teachers to provide a comfort level to speak with our students about what it means to accept differences. Create an inclusive sense of belonging within the classroom and school community by rebranding of GMS and exhibiting best practice with the theme of #BetterTogether. You can see there's a visual right there. That is our visual this year. Our theme started last year when we had distribution nights, and we started saying we're better together. We are so happy to see everyone in person as you're in the car. And so we brought that theme to this year, and we decided that it's our job as role models to prove and show people how to make their mark. So you can see the thumbprints in that visual right there. And some people on our equity team said, well, that's just a Band-Aid. If that's all we're going to do, that's just the surface. We need to get to the meat of this, and that's what we intend to do. We're also implementing school-wide and classroom-based initiatives encouraging inclusionary practices. We've got a lot of great things planned, and even as far as our virtual Spirit Weeks, making sure that we are not highlighting socioeconomic weaknesses or highlighting strengths. We are being very, very fair with our activities that we are doing with our Spirit Weeks. But we also have a Padlet where students are comfortable showing what they're doing. They take their pictures and put it in there, and it's all in one space for everyone to view. Our goal too, middle school faculty and staff will increase student engagement, interest, and remote participation in the distance learning setting to maximize the potential of every learner as demonstrated through student participation and or involvement in lessons. This goal is so important. We had an engagement goal last year as well. In this goal, it's interesting to see that each teacher has an individual engagement goal. And lots of people think of engagement as the bells and whistles, the fluff, the things that the dog and pony show. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for our individual teacher goals to actually promote student engagement through active participation, through questioning, through checking through understanding strategies. In our lesson designs, we're shifting to the clarity of instruction model. That means that each lesson, there is an intention,
There is a map of how to get from here to there. It is clear cut. The students can answer why they are learning what they're learning. And that's so important, especially through this virtual learning platform. Sometimes with virtual learning and any glitches we may have, and we know we do have some glitches in Goochland, it's easy to lose your attention span. It's easy to just tune out and pet your dog for a little while, whatever it may be. But when you have that map from 1 to 10 and you understand why you're learning it and you're invested in that lesson, then you can answer that learning criteria at the end. So we're shifting to that format. We're doing collaborative planning with our instructional and technology coaches as well as counselors. And we saw that one of our coaches from the high school got recognized earlier for the incredible things that she is doing. Miss Burton and Miss Keogh, as well as Miss Whitfield, have been so helpful to us. We're also incorporating rich, authentic learning experiences. And, like I said before, a frequent check for understanding practices. So this is going to be measured by really our lesson design and student achievement. Our third goal, the faculty and staff at Goochland Middle School will increase in effective communication with the student body as well as families to inform and support the sense of belonging and consistency throughout the duration of the distance and hybrid learning. As a parent at Randolph Elementary School, I was so excited to see Miss Reams using S'more. I purchased a license for it over the summer, but said, I don't know how I'm going to use this. I absolutely love the format, and it's so easy to read, easy to understand, and it's visual. So we are using the same new school messenger template that started 2 weeks ago. Have received a lot of great feedback. The analytics in there are outstanding. We're also starting to send on Fridays, so middle school parents can be prepared for it before the weekend starts, have the whole weekend to plan, and then get all the other emails on Sunday, so it's not all at once. We have monthly family check-ins from the counseling corner. We have quarterly principal chat opportunities. Our first principal chat had over 90 participants last week, which was fantastic. We did learn the hard way that when leading a chat, a moderator is a really great thing to have, especially as you're entering people into the chat. So next time I will have a moderator. We'll also record it as well. And we have our weekly Friday family emails from classroom teachers. And I know I have a lot of parents back there, and it's a lot of emails at once. So we're working on really streamlining those. We've had a lot of great feedback from the emails because it was a missing piece, but it can be overwhelming at times. So we're streamlining those Friday family emails. And then the increased use of social media to tell our story, to get our story out there. Our students want to be seen, they want to be heard, and then we'll communicate events and opportunities with those social media outlets as well. So with that, at Goochland Middle School, we are better together. It is just fantastic to see everyone in person. It just warms my heart. I'm so happy about this. We're excited to see the really great things that are ahead this year. And these are just 3 of the goals. We could have had so many, but I think that these really get to the core of the matter of what we need to do this year. So thank you.
Ms. Potter, I can't say enough about what I think you're doing at the middle school. Such a great job. We had a chance to kind of interact for your first few years. But having served as a middle school principal, your first comment is one of the most important ones that you could have said tonight, and that is, as a middle school, you're receiving elementary students who by the end of 5th grade think they know everything about education and schooling.
They're experts.
Experts. And then they're in this world that they find very quickly, I don't know anything, but you help them and your teachers and staff, and then you get them ready for the high school. And as a middle school principal, you bounce between the principals that you're receiving students from, and you get to know that principal that your students are going to, but you transform them and you get them ready. And thank you so much.
Absolutely. Love our kids and our families.
I have a question about the check for understanding. How does that work? is it unique to each subject?
So chapter understanding, they're strategies, and I can share the strategy list with you, and there's up to, I think, 48 different strategies, and it could be as simple as, can everyone hear me? Thumbs up, thumbs down, somewhere in between. How are you feeling right now? Happy emoji, sad emoji, or somewhere in between. And so just little things like that, or even, okay, I'm gonna call on everyone. Let's take our name sticks out. Okay, how are you feeling about this? Tell your elbow buddy two questions you have about this presentation right here. So it's real quick feedback, and teachers just can use that to monitor the mastery of the topic at hand.
And thank you for Better Together.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I guess the question I have, those children that do not want to participate, what type of talk feedback do you give to them?
I love that question because with virtual learning, we have students that excel. They feel like they found a voice for the first time because they have confidence behind the camera. We have other students who really are in their worst nightmare because they feel like everything is on them. So those students, they don't want to talk, they don't want to chat. So what we're doing is there's some visuals or there's Schoology messages that they can do behind the scenes that are more personalized to their comfort zone. And then Google released about 3 weeks ago breakout rooms. So now we have teachers going in, if anyone has additional questions or need to work in a small group, meet me in this breakout room in 5 minutes. Other students who still aren't comfortable with a small group breakout room, they're messaging their teacher or case manager, whoever it may be, through Schoology, so they're still getting that feedback. Also through Google Docs, they have separate comment areas, so they can get feedback in that area as well. And then there's the office hours that teachers are starting, as we know, not all middle school students want to just show up for an office hour. So we're starting to really invite those students and give passes to those students to come so they feel a little more belonging and, oh, they want me there. I need to show up because, I mean, it's a date, I have to be there. And that way they have the one-on-one feedback as well. So we're really trying to be receptive to the students' needs and validate their feelings, but then move forward with trying to get them to give a little more confidence for the next time to approach it in a different way if possible.
That's a good program. Honestly, I love the idea that you're inviting them sort of a personal invitation to that sort of thing. It's really fantastic.
I have one question, I'm sorry.
Sure.
One book.
Oh yes, one book, one
What is your one book and how was that selected?
I don't know how I could forget that. So you've done is it One Book, One School in the elementary schools in the past few years, which has been so much fun. We've loved reading all of the books at home with my own daughter. So we are doing One Book, One Goochland this year. The book is 24 Hours of Nowhere by Dusty Browning, and I'm pretty sure that's her name. I'm sorry, Dusty, if that's not, I'm blanking right now. But she is absolutely fantastic. She's engaging. She actually recorded a personal video for Goochland Middle School so they could connect with the author, and which is even worse why I'm not remembering her name right now. She's incredible. She's tweeting us and commenting and retweeting. She wants to be involved in the program. Every single student, thanks to Goochland County Public Schools and the school board, received their own copy. We did have a book distribution day last Monday, which are always so much fun. Food trucks were there, the books were there, agendas, everything. But we're starting that on Monday. It's going to be the big reveal. Some kids did a little sneak peek, and they are so excited about this book. They're jumping up and down trying to talk about chapter 8. And there's a lot of themes about inclusion and equity, and then also bullying in there as well that touch on our Bully Prevention Month, which we're doing a lot with as well. So it's a good tie, and we just thank you for your support in providing books for our students.
It's Dusty Bowling.
Bowling, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Dusty Bowling. All right, well, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
next we have Dr. Collier, who's going to tell us what's going to take place this year in the Bulldog family.
Thank you. Let's see if I can get this thing right here. Very good. Oh, sorry, at the bottom. That's all right. Does this work? I can slide this right there. Oh, there it is. You already told me that. I'm there. I got it. We're rocking and rolling now. So, good evening, everyone. Sorry for the brief technical glitch there, but we're fixing it up. But thank you so much for having us. Mr. Chair and board members, thank you so much for your support. We know these are challenging times for us all, but I think we are thriving, and I think we will continue to do so. So thank you for your support, Dr. Raley. Thank you for your support as well. To our guests here this evening, I'm sure you're all waiting for me to talk. You're not here for any other reason, right? Okay, good. And to our virtual guests, welcome. Extremely excited to talk about our school improvement plan with you all tonight. One of the things that I think is really special is that this was created by a group of faculty members. In fact, 23 faculty members were involved in the process of creating these goals for our school. And so what we've seen that translate into is a real buy-in in their own individual goals when we meet with them and create their own individual goals throughout the year. So we've seen a lot of overlap, and what you all might see in our goals is also an overlap from your goals and Dr. Raley's goal as well. So there's a kind of trickle-down effect, if you will. So it's been really special to see that in my individual goals meetings with teachers. But again, there's ownership in our school-wide goals. So goal number one, and I'm going to try to keep it simple here for you and not go into too much detail, but certainly willing to answer questions at the end. So goal one, on average, 85% of students will rate their experience with virtual learning as good or excellent when responding to the Goochland County Public Schools Distance Learning Survey. We know that the name of that survey might change, but the intent will not. So our intent is to make sure that all of our students have options, all of our students are happy with their options, and we're doing the best we can to deliver a meaningful experience for them with whatever option they choose. So strategy one, GHS teachers will ask students to complete the GCPS Distance Learning Survey, or whatever we're going to call it moving forward, during Block 1 classes on the Monday following the release of each new survey to ensure students participate in the survey. So I think the last time we pulled our results up, we had about 70 students out of 830 some. That's just not an accurate picture of what we're trying to do. So first thing we need to know, what's going on, and what are their issues, or what are their praises, what do they love about it, and how do we expand upon that? So we have to get a better sample size in order to get an accurate picture and make changes, make it improve. Sorry. Then based on those responses from the opening questions, and we've used some of those in the last couple surveys, GHS will offer professional development so teachers can improve student experiences. Again, these goals, these strategies were developed by teachers. So they're excited to hear the feedback, to encourage parents, students to give us that feedback so we can take it and implement it in what we're doing every single day in those professional development experiences for our teachers. And then we kind of started them this week, but each month, GHS will host monthly theme days, so a spirit day, our favorite teen day, etc., to encourage students to positively interact with their teachers, administrators, and others. Those of you who follow my Twitter feed, there were some things yesterday. We were doing Marvelous Monday. Today we did Shine Bright for Kindness to celebrate Kindness Month. So we'll have a few other themed days throughout this week, but really just trying to engage our teachers and also engage our students in their learning, and just know that we're thinking about them and we miss them. This is typically our spirit week for homecoming, so that's been a tough pill to swallow for me, for somebody who loves. I mean, Mr. Newman, you know how amazing it is at homecoming. We're going to replicate that. We're going to figure it out, but we're going to replicate it. So goal number two, GHS will create a more equitable and inclusive environment for all students by gathering student input, making environmental changes, and providing professional development for staff. So these are more qualitative than they are really quantitative measures, but I think you'll see the measures within our strategies here. So our school staff will reflect upon and implement a minimum of 2 changes in the curriculum, physical environment, or virtual environments. Again, we've seen these in our individual teacher goal meetings. Each one of them have told us exactly how they're going to do that, whether it's the curriculum, their physical environment, or virtual environments. It's been really cool to see all of our faculty members really buy into creating an individual goal for this. Our equity team, which are on, those folks are on the bottom left picture of the screen. Our equity team will meet once per month. We've already had one meeting. We'll meet another time actually coming up soon, I think next week. Once per month to discuss strategies and develop professional development opportunities for our school year, for our 21-21 school year. So really excited about the work we've already done. We've already had one professional development session with VCIC for our whole group. and excited to work with this team to also meet with our VCIC in a small group, and develop a full faculty professional development that is really kind of tailored to our needs and what we think we need to improve upon. And then lastly, the one I'm probably the most excited about, so you all know that I meet with my student advisory committee once per month, our student leaders. Ms. Webb is one of our awesome presidents who meets with me monthly in those meetings. But we also need to acknowledge that we're not hearing from everyone, from all students. And so we created this base committee, so off of our ACE group, we call them the Bulldogs, Bulldog Advisory Committee for Equity in Education. So we're the ACE of BASE, and BASE of ACE, we'll call that. That's for those you old school folks. But we are meeting with that base team once per month. We've already had one meeting, we're gonna have another one, and that group is down there in the bottom right. And we're really excited to hear more student voice. Just another opportunity for us to have real conversations and develop a goal and a strategy for that group. One of their goals is to create potentially a diversity dialogue for our students, to have open conversations with one another. And I'm really excited about the work that we're gonna do together with them. But they're just an amazing group of individuals, and really excited about the work we're gonna do together. Last but certainly not least, this was the school-specific goal, and this was one that was kind of near and dear to our hearts last year, and unfortunately we didn't get to finish it, and so we're going to finish the job this year. So 85% of our teachers at GHS will observe at least 3 other teachers throughout the course of the 2021 school year. At least one of those observations will take place outside of that teacher's department. So this is something they were extremely passionate about, and to be frank, it's been really cool to see Schoology light up with different ideas from our teachers sharing. It's been kind of this stream of just ideas and conversation virtually. And so we're going to give them opportunities now in this virtual setting, also in the live setting, to step in and watch each other work. Because the reality of it is, to be completely transparent, we have the best folks in the world. I have the full confidence that our faculty and staff can match up with anybody else's. Because I've recruited most of them and hired most of them. And the ones that were there and still here are doing amazing jobs, and we don't want to get rid of them. So we love our folks, and we know they're going to do amazing jobs, so what better than to learn from each other? So strategy 1, GHS will set specific themed observation days once per month to encourage participation and increase teacher engagement. Those will be things like the Rock Your School Day, like we've seen in other places, some of our Spirit Week things. We're kind of tying those into those peer observation models, or days. GHS will also schedule professional learning breakout sessions during faculty meetings to allow teachers to share ideas in small groups about self-selected instructional strategies that were observed. So again, we kind of treat it like the unconference, where they come in and say, what do you want to learn about today? We're going to learn about breakout sessions, how you do it effectively in a virtual and a hybrid setting. We're going to break out into that right then in the faculty meeting, give them the opportunity to share and think and do all those kind of things and make improvements. And then last but certainly not least, teachers will use a Google form to reflect on their observations, provide each other with feedback, grows and glows, all that good stuff, and enabling us to do a progress monitoring of the goal. So again, I know that everybody came here to hear me talk this evening, but excited about the work we're going to do together, and open it up to questions you all may have.
They always get to say stuff, and then they take all of
it. We're not going to let them steal your thunder tonight, Mr. Wright. That's right.
I'm just kidding, but I really love the idea, and I know it's ongoing from prior years, but I love that observation of your peers thing. I just think it's really cool, and I know that it's going to help everybody. I've never met anybody I couldn't learn something from, but certainly in that environment, there's probably multiple things they can learn from each person that's there, and so I think it's really a unique way of approaching professional development. Also builds the community a bit there, and sort of the interdepartmental thing I think is really going to help things out for that environment, and I think it'll probably end up reflecting in each teacher's classrooms, and teachers will convey that all the lessons to the students. That's really great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I would just second that, because the point I made a note about, they're not only observing each other, but what they gather that is type of best practice ideas will impact instruction, and it will improve. And then, Dr. Collier, I just want to say thank you for continuing
and student advisory committees. There's no substitute for student voice.
I learned that from my predecessor.
I have a question about your environmental changes. I assume that these often are to make sure that students feel welcome, safe, comfortable, and a part of the group. So what do you mean when you say environment?
Yeah, environmental changes can mean a number of things, and we were very selective about the word we used there because it's not just physical. Because we know there are virtual environments now. We also know that there are conversations to be had, and so the environmental changes could be a number of things, anywhere from a Bitmoji classroom to the paintings on our walls. And I know that you all, we had a conversation earlier about your equity goals, and one of those was make sure we're improving the physical environment. And so, not many people have had the opportunity to quite see it yet, but those pictures that were in the front hallway, we met with our ACE advisory group, and I think that Mr. Allen, you were the one who might have said this or shared this comment, but it was kind of our own Monument Avenue. And while the intent behind it was amazing and it was a great project when it happened, it's just not representative of who we are now. And so that is a physical environment change, but we also know there are so many other things that we're going to do to the building and outside of the building with conversation and, again, virtual classrooms. So environmental change, it was really trying to just be all-encompassing of all those things we're going to be doing. It's not just one area. Hopefully that answered your question.
I was gonna say, Dr. Collier, you and all of the other, peers associated tonight, one of the things you're giving our children a good name to live up to. One of the things that happens a lot, we give a lot of negative talk. My child can't do this because. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And when we talk about positive affirmations to our children, it gives them a good name to live up to. So I thank all of you for doing that, and I think we're gonna have a great group of kids.
Thank you all.
Thank you so very much.
Absolutely.
Great presentation.
Board members, before we transition to our next agenda item, I just want to say how blessed we are to have 5 amazing principals serving in this community. I'm glad that you had the chance, and we have a large audience this evening, who had a chance to see them in action this evening. We have fantastic leadership that's taking care of our students and our staff day in and day out, and so we are lucky to have these individuals leading our schools. It's my true pleasure to serve with them. I get to work with them each minute of each business day, and I know the strength that they have as leaders, and I'm just glad you had a chance to hear from them this evening so that you're aware of the great work that they do day in and day out behind the scenes. So, principals, thank you for your amazing leadership and everything you do every day. Okay, next on our agenda is it's a financial item, but it relates to how we are using our finances. We are the stewards of over $31 million of our taxpayers' hard-earned money. And so oftentimes folks may wonder how we spend those funds. You have a report in your packet this evening related to how we have spent our funds over the course of the past academic year. Each year, Mrs. White does an analysis of that and reports it to the state. You can see in your packet where our average per pupil, the expenditure we spend on every student is $12,744, which has increased from $12,227. And the percentage of our overall budget that is spent on instruction has increased year over year, and that has increased to 67.46%. So it's an example of the work you have done to establish a budget that prioritizes instruction, where the vast majority of every penny that is spent goes to the classroom to support our instructional objectives. Mrs. White is here to answer any questions that you may have regarding this important information this evening.
Indeed, very well presented, and I'm glad to see that we continue to move this way. I think this is a more significant move year over year than the prior, if I remember correctly. And so I'm glad to see that we're able to do this.
The only thing that I would add is the line in the SAN instructional percentage is 65%.
Right.
So we really have been improving on that one. And so it's a really nice measure.
Yeah.
So.
thank you so much for putting all this together. This is good.
Yes, sir. Next on our agenda, we have a report from another group of our amazing professionals. You had the chance to hear from them at least once or twice last year, and as you know, we've been the recipients of $100,000 in grant funding in order to, again, look at innovative practices and reimagine the high school experience for our students. I talked earlier tonight about what we're doing to provide workplace readiness skills for students and provide a deep experience for students rather than a surface level of regurgitation of facts. We have Anne Marie Hudak, Tim Greenway, and Dr. Beth Fowler who are with us this evening to give us an update on the work that we're doing to get our Energy Academy off the ground. This time next year, we'll have students who are actively participating in our Energy Academy. And so it's an exceptional opportunity for students to get some skills that are going to prepare them for the world beyond high school.
Good evening, Dr. Rayleigh, Mr. Wright, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you our updates on the High School Innovation Implementation Grant and our progress towards establishing the Academy for Sustainable Energy at Goochland High School and Goochland Tech. I speak for the other grant committee members, Dr. Beth Fowler, Mr. Tim Greenway, in saying that we are extremely excited about the progress towards making this new academy a reality. Here you can see an updated draft of our proposed curriculum card for the Academy. It is a 4-year cohort model of instruction that includes courses aligned with the new energy cluster as defined by the VDOE, and that integrates issues of sustainable energy into the study of science. Over the summer, an extraordinary group of teachers worked to create curriculum for 2 of the proposed courses for the Academy. During this work, science faculty Elizabeth Alford, Annie Desmaris, and Ryan Maloney worked together with CTE faculty Ann Moore and an intern from Wellesley University, Kira Hamilton, to create a series of 14 real-world, hands-on projects for our prospective students. For example, a culminating project for Energy and Power has students acting as consultants on their own properties and spaces in the community to measure and determine what kinds of renewable energy sources are both feasible and cost-effective. We are so proud of the wonderful work this team has done. Further, with grant funds, we have begun to assemble some curriculum materials necessary to get these first courses in the series up and running. These materials include things like digital testing probes for water and carbon dioxide, a residential solar wind generation station, and wind blade design templates. These materials will help not only in testing the curriculum created over the summer, but will also carry over into the classroom to allow prospective students hands-on access to these tools. Finally, we are on target to solicit and accept applications in the winter for the new academy, as we hope to welcome our freshman class in the fall of the 2021-2022 school year. We are currently working to solidify dual enrollment partnerships, develop an academy logo, and draft informational, marketing, and application materials. We truly believe that the Academy for Sustainable Energy will provide an opportunity for a unique group of students to find their niche and maximize their potentials. Thank you again for your time this evening. Do you have any questions?
I certainly do.
Now, I was part of the advisory committee and got a full presentation. That was very nice.
So we're all just catching up to you.
I do have a question. So, it's freshman year, it appears that the curriculum is a pretty standard curriculum, with the exception of that one Energy and Power course. So, let's say someone decides that they would like to come to Goochland, and they're coming in as a sophomore. Is there any way that that first class could be offered during the summer, so that a student could get into the program? It's an amazing program. It's certainly going to support numerous careers outside of high school. So is there anything we can do to build that?
Yeah,
Well,
I'll answer that one. We have not talked about a summer school option, but I love that idea. You will see that there's room for extra electives in each year, so there may be an opportunity to fit Energy and Power in, for instance, in that sophomore year alongside the other courses that are a part of the core curriculum. It is not a prerequisite to those 10th grade classes, so they can be taken simultaneously. The one thing we would have to keep an eye on is some of these classes by OSHA standards are limited to only 20 students, and so we need to make sure that we have space for the students in the academy and the ones that are admitted to make sure we can service all of them.
And so the admission policy, then, you're saying it's going to be limited, so what does that look like?
Well, we hope to, based on the previous academy that we have, the architecture and construction, we have not hit that cap yet. So that would be a wonderful problem to have to look at multiple sections. Certainly, through scheduling, we could provide multiple sections of the academy itself. So in the master schedule, you may see 2 energy and powers instead of just the 1 in the 9th grade year.
So, thank you.
Have you envisioned any opportunity possibly, and I know it's just getting started and it looks great, but is there any possibility of a prospective 8th grader who's looking at this to have some kind of course-specific opportunity in 8th grade? Is that something down the road?
That question has come up, Mr. Newman, and we're looking at a few different options. Not here. We're looking at a few different options for the 8th grader that would not necessarily be part of the academy, but would be a supplement to introduce the academy to them.
That's what I was thinking and hoping down the road it comes. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. As far as some mentorship and opportunities to work with some of, for example, Dominion Energy, or the solar company that are in our communities, I assume that's part of this program?
Yes, ma'am. There has been discussion with some business partners, preliminary discussion, but you'll see that in the senior year, there's a work-based learning experience that is built in as the culminating kind of capstone experience of the academy. And that is where we hope to be able to place students in those work environments using the skills that they have garnered throughout the previous 3 years.
Right, and I noticed earlier on the advisory committees that the CTE was the one that had like 3 times the number of people on it of all the other groups. So hopefully you can foster that.
We have.
Without much problem. I mean, goodness, you've got at least 10% of the community is on that committee. But, so I assume that whatever prerequisites there may be for some of these courses, and for whatever reason, the physics or AP physics sort of jumped out at me, and I thought, well, there's bound to be a math prerequisite that's in there, and some other things that's all available to somebody after their decision point to join this, or sort of similar to Mrs. Horn's question, there is an alternative pathway, maybe through supplemental courses in the summer, or however it's done. You properly pointed out there's an elective in there that could be used for those purposes. All that stuff is all straightened out. We don't have any sort of issues there. That's great.
You're correct. So physics does have a co-requisite of Algebra 2, but the principles of technology 1 and 2, if taken in sequence, they're CTE classes, but the state allows them to count for a physics credit if they are both taken. So that is a path for a student who maybe is in a different placement in math than Algebra 2 during their junior year, and it still allows them to get the physics credit and to get the advanced studies diploma.
That's good. Awesome.
In the classes that we have here, is there going to be additional overlap? Let's say, for example, with world history and the connection between biology and the math and that type of thing, as far as the curriculum is concerned, and not just the one source only. I'm picking math, or I'm picking biology. Is there going to be overlap with the classes?
We have not currently designed for an overlap in the field of the histories, but there's a definite overlap in the science curriculum. You'll see that environmental science is written into it, as well as that physics. So that's where we've begun, but certainly there's room for expansion into other areas.
One reason I said that is too, because a lot of times, students that do take these pure curriculums, then when it comes to communicate with the people who they want to, they may not be able to present well, okay? They may not be able to, provide whatever other instructions going forward. So I just wanted to make sure that those things would give them those tools that they can be, very much, accountable and right on point with those things.
An excellent point. Something that isn't captured on the card, but we have discussed, is a dedicated bulldog block to the students in this curriculum, where they could hear from industry experts, but also learn those soft skills that we're talking about. So there has been discussion.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much. Next up on our agenda, we have our school reopening plan presentation. Great.
Okay, well, board members, thank you for the opportunity to spend a few minutes talking about my recommendation for a transition in our approach to business in the coming weeks. Before I do that though, I just want to recognize the amazing work of not only the folks that we saw this evening through our FO awards and our principals, but each and every person that puts on the badge of the Houston County Public Schools day in and day out. What you saw this evening is a representative sample of the amazing professionals that do the work of this school division each and every day. And we have had a strong opening to this school year. This is week 8. And like any year, you have opportunities for growth, improvement, things that you revise, modify, change. That happens in any year if you want to be an excellent school division like us. But by and large, board members, we have had an amazing start in many, many ways. And it's a direct result of everybody who has contributed to that success. It's our teachers, our administrators, our custodians, bus drivers, food service personnel, nurses, speech language pathologists. Everybody that does the work of our school division should be loudly applauded for what they've done to get us to this point in time. We are working in a situation that no one ever asked for, and I hope that it's a situation that none of us ever have to live through again. It's something that happens once in 100 years. And although there are opportunities for us to grow and improve like there always are, there are fingerprints of individuals in this presentation this evening that reflect the voices that we have heard, ultimately working for the betterment of this school division. And it's my pleasure this evening to present this recommendation to you for your consideration. So as we discuss where we are going, I want to go backwards and talk about a little bit about where we have been in the last 8 weeks and talk about some of the successes that we've had, but also opportunities for growth and improvement. And you heard some of this in the principal's presentation earlier this evening, that we want to gauge the experience of our students, either from a distance or in person. We want to know the experience that our students are having, because ultimately they are who we serve. They are the reason why we're here. And we want to know what it's like to be a student in our school division. We want to know what it's like for our parents in our school division. And we can only do that when we can engage information through survey, anecdotal conversations, and a variety of quantitative and qualitative approaches. As you know, I stood before you last month and talked about the results of our initial survey that was administered 2 weeks into our new school year. We followed up with a survey 2 weeks after that so that we could dip our toe in the water and say, okay, how's it going now that we're 4 weeks in? And I wanted to be able to share some of that information with you this evening. We did not get as great a response as we received in the initial survey, but still, I'll take 800 responses. That's not too bad. It was open for a week, and we had 796 altogether. And as you would expect, the vast majority of the responses that we received were from our families at 83%. We did get some employee voice in there, not as much student voice as hoped, but we still have some of the information reflected by our students. And as we did the first time, we asked 2 questions. Number 1, my experience with distance learning so far has been. and we gave them a couple choices to choose from. It has been as good as expected, it has been better than expected, or it has been worse than expected. And you have data that's broken out by each school here, as well as a summary of the division-wide information related to that question. And so when I presented initially, we were looking at 82% of the respondents who were having as good as expected experience or better than expected experience, and that did drop a little bit in the 2 weeks afterwards. Still overall, 3 out of 4 individuals who responded to the survey were having a positive experience with our school division, but it was down 8 percentage points over what it was initially. So far, based on responses, it would rate their experience with distance learning either as terrible, poor, good, or excellent. And you can see again that this information is broken out by school, and again is compiled by division-wide data. And where we had 3 out of 4 that were having a positive experience in the past, that did dip a little bit to 68%. And so, you know, a little bit of a dip there, but information that I wanted to share with you publicly through transparency to let you know what we received through our initial survey response. As you know, since August, we've been talking about metrics. How do we know? What are going to be the factors that determine this? How do we move forward? When do we know whether we move backward? And we've been talking about a variety of different metrics along the way. We have focused on these metrics in our conversation. Most notably, we have talked about health data as well as staffing data, but we also know there are other metrics that influence our ability to meet our instructional and operational objectives, including the capacity on our school buses, the capacity inside our buildings, access to technology, access to PPE, and ultimately our instructional readiness to be able to deliver our instructional program. So let's talk for a second about health data. And this data is readily accessible on the Virginia Department of Health website. And so this shows cumulative cases over time dating back to July 14th when we had our initial conversation about school reopening. And as you would imagine, each day that there are new cases, this is the cumulative total. And until we have a point in time where there are no cases in our community, this is going to continue to move on an upward and to the right trajectory. This is cumulative cases of all positive COVID cases in the borders of Goochland County. And much like I have showed you in the past, we have factored in the cases that took place in the correctional center, and as you can see, whatever they are doing in the correctional center has staved off any sort of issues that they have had in that institutionalized setting. Their mitigation efforts or whatever their approach is certainly is paying dividends for them because they have not had any new cases in quite some time. So interesting data there. I talked about the fingerprints that you'll see in this presentation. In every email that I get, I read. If I don't talk to folks on the phone, we correspond through email. And so I had a conversation with one individual who recommended that we look at our data in a different way. And I think there was a lot of value in that individual's perspective. And so that individual said, I would recommend that you present data so that you're looking at the number of new cases in the community per day, rather than looking at cumulative totals. What is the number of new cases? And you can see that by and large, on average, we're experiencing less than 5 new cases in our community per day. There is a spike, that is an outlier, and that is not related to community transmission, that is related to transmission in another setting. But I felt that this was important information to share as we move forward as well. So let's talk about staffing. And I want to publicly applaud Ms. Demetra Harris and Dr. Andy Armstrong, who have really done some amazing work working hand in hand with our employees through some challenging times. Their work has been tough. They've been discussing intimate and personal issues with employees. They've been charged with confidentiality of those significant issues that they face. And they're making decisions that impact our school division, employees, and their families. They've done it with grace, they've done it with compassion, but ultimately they recognize the need of us as a school division to operate instructionally and operationally. So I applaud them publicly for their amazing work to have those difficult conversations. So as we did last month, we are now reporting not only the number of individuals in our school division and the students in our school division who have experienced a positive case and are either isolating or quarantining as a result of coming in close contact with COVID or having COVID themselves, but we are also recognizing the number of individuals who are staying home as a result of having symptoms related to COVID-19. And so you can see that we're reporting those categories in several different ways, and the numbers go up and they go down. But we are impacted by contact tracing. We are impacted by situations that happen in our community that impact our employees and our students. And we are working closely in collaboration with the Virginia Department of Health to make sure that we are being proactive in quarantining and isolating when needed, so that we're ultimately providing the safest environment possible. But this is an update on that data, and thank you to Dr. Jennifer Wagner for completing that. Now, in hindsight, I probably should have provided a slide from August the 3rd with this slide. But anyone can go back in time and see what this slide showed on August the 3rd compared to now. And you can see that the availability of staff within our school division to meet our mission and our vision and our objectives is much greater now as a result of the work that we have done in time with each employee, our human resources team. And we now have greater availability of staff to be able to meet our instructional and operational decisions. These numbers were much, much different just 2 months ago, and so you can now see where we have fewer individuals who are in a leave situation as identified by family medical leave or other leave options that are available to our employees. Again, we showed this slide in previous months, and you can see that out of 219 total teaching professionals, we do have some employees who have anticipated leave of absence, as well as some employees who have approved leaves through family medical leave that is not related to COVID-19. And so these numbers have changed over time and ultimately are for the better to be able to accomplish our overall objectives. We do have one employee who is accessing family leave as related to COVID childcare. That is a federal benefit that individual is accessing. And since we have posted this slide, we have filled one of those instructional assistant positions, and so that is less than it was when this slide was posted. So all of that sets the stage for ultimately our recommendation, board members, where it is time for us to increase in-person opportunities for students. It is time to bring students back to school. It is time to provide in-person opportunities for the students and families who choose that. There are many, many factors that go into this recommendation, and I'll hit those details shortly. But as you know, since July, we have been discussing that any plan that we have adopted was based on, number one, prioritizing the health and safety of all of our occupants, our employees, and our students. Number two, maximizing learning opportunities. What can we do to make sure that each and every minute is used the best, to make sure that we're maximizing those experiences for students, and then ultimately flexible. This is the third time we're having this conversation because we're in a pandemic that nobody predicted, and you know what, the situation changes, and so we need to make sure that we have a flexible approach to meeting our needs and meeting the needs of our students. So it is recommended to you this evening that you consider a reopening plan that brings back our preschool students, which they've already come back. They started on October the 5th, and they have had a great amount of success in the 7 days that they have already been in school. Those students are working in person 2 days a week, in distance learning 3 days a week. I applaud our preschool professionals who are on the tip of the spear. When I said, what can we do to get our preschool students back and how can we make it happen? They found a way. They problem solved, they worked collectively and collaboratively together to make it happen. Their instructional assistants and teachers working together to provide awesome experiences for students. So I applaud them for being the early adopters and being the initiators of this return to learning plan. I'm also recommending that just in a few short days, on October the 19th, on Monday, students in grades K through 5 return to school 5 days a week in person. If you remember the initial survey that I sent to families, we were uncertain about capacity and a variety of different factors. Proposed an in-person opportunity for students to be 2 days a week. It is my recommendation that we bring students back 5 days a week at the elementary level. Following that, allowing for a transition on November the 2nd for our 6th grade students and for our 9th grade students to return to school 2 days a week in person, 3 days a week from a distance learning standpoint. And much like we discussed in July, we are limited at the secondary level by capacity, given 6 feet social distancing expectations. And so that's a factor that influences our ability to bring our secondary students back to the level that we have at the elementary schools. Same thing on November the 9th, bringing back the rest of our middle school students and our high school students. What this does, board members, is it allows for a true transition for those learners who are going to a new school. You heard tonight a theme about relationships, and building those relationships with students, making sure that we're meeting the needs of students in these new settings. This allows that to happen. 6th graders and 9th graders will have that school to themselves and be able to have an experience that they had not had yet this year. So, we have faced a few challenges along the way, but again, I'm very, very proud of our team who has problem solved and has found a way to get to yes, rather than saying, we can't do that. We can't make that happen. No, we gotta stick with 2 days a week. We found a way to get to 5 days a week because ultimately we know for our early learners, that is going to provide the best experience for those students and the best experience for our staff as well. It's going to provide a much higher quality experience for everybody who's involved. But we had to overcome some challenges related to furniture. We had to overcome some challenges related to access to desks. And we ultimately had to overcome some challenges related to transportation. Ms. Powers was recognized this evening. Her team with Ms. Holman and everybody else involved in transportation said, here's what we can do, and here's what we can do to make it happen. We're gonna have to be creative. Well, that's the Goochland way, right? So recognizing that we are minus 15 drivers from where we were this time last year, and understanding that we have some drivers who are not working in this environment, have retired, resigned, just a variety of factors, we're minus 15 drivers. And coupled with the fact that 6 feet social distancing on a school bus is 20 students per bus. So we're limited in number of drivers, limited in capacity, and so if we have assigned secondary drivers and assigned elementary drivers, we're never going to make it happen. So what I'm proposing, and we're prepared to do, and actually routes were posted at the elementary level yesterday, is for all drivers to go out and pick up our elementary students, deliver them to school, go back out, pick up our secondary students, deliver them to school, and do that over again. Now, we are a long and skinny county, and in order for us to do that, we know that it takes time to go out and pick up the kids and bring them back and disinfect the school buses in between. So that's why there's an hour-and-a-half interval between the elementary runs and the secondary runs. So we are still looking at a 5-hour instructional day for all learners. The contractual time for employees stays the same. We just sliced and diced the 24-hour calendar differently to get to this point in time. Of note, I'm recommending that we keep our learning labs available for our students, our elementary students, from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. on a daily basis. We know the reason those elementary students are there because they need a supervised space, and some need access to internet. And so I'm proposing that we keep those spaces available for students and families if they need them. And a new development as well that happened last week is that we will provide transportation for those elementary students who are in the learning labs at 3 o'clock. That's a result of compromise, that's a result of creative problem solving, and a result of the great work that the team has done. If you accept this recommendation this evening, these changes in start and end times will take place effective October the 19th. And that's a direct result of our overall transportation needs. We can't have different transportation schedules for the different levels, even though the days are different for their start dates. So let's get into the nitty-gritty about our elementary reopening plan. And so here is a picture of what our preschool students and staff have been doing since October the 5th. And one of the questions we may get is, why are we able to do that in that setting and not other settings? Why are we able to deliver in-person experiences and distance learning experiences at the same time in preschool? And it's simply because they have an instructional assistant in that classroom. Without the instructional assistant in that classroom, we would not be able to do what we're able to do in preschool. So that's a factor that may influence some of the questions that we've received about our secondary program. So this is a picture of the great things happening in Ms. Trongoni's classroom, Head Start out at Byrd. Just a visual example of what a classroom looks like today. So the beauty of this recommendation is that families have choice. We have heard that in public comment in the past, and we respect that comment greatly. But families have choice. And we have found where families are exercising their choice in some of the survey data that we've received. And I wanted to hit some of those highlights just this evening. Overall, we had 81% of our families respond to the elementary survey and the secondary survey, a pretty good response rate. And we're following up with individual phone calls after that. Overall, at the elementary school, we had 67% of our families who chose and would like to return to school in person, while 33% of our families have selected the distance learning option. At the secondary level, 44% of our families have chosen to return in person physically, while 56% have chosen the distance learning option. Overall, it's 56% of our families who have chosen returning in person, while 46% have chosen the distance learning option. So essentially, overall, across the division, it's 50-50. So the beauty of this proposed recommendation is it provides choice for families, for them to choose what is best for their own individual situation, and we're going to provide a high-quality experience, whether in person or from a distance. So one of the things to be transparent about is that we have needed to assign students to new teachers. In order for us to accomplish assigned distance learning teachers and assigned in-person teachers, we have had to carve out some of our current teacher base and assign them roles as a distance learning teacher. As many as 19 teachers will be reassigned. And so if you are a distance learning student, it is highly likely that you will receive a new teacher as a result of this assignment, if in fact this recommendation is approved this evening. Most of our in-person families will keep their current teacher, but there will be some reassignments as we reshuffle and make sure the classrooms are adequately staffed and we have a reasonable number of students in each space. Overall, our classrooms per pupil ratio, teacher to student ratio, remains consistent with what we expect as a school division. We pride ourselves in having low class size ratios, and that's why we've been fine-tuning some of these staffing needs overall. There is a rumor in our community that if I'm a distance learning student that I will get a contracted employee or a retiree or a substitute. I want our families to know that each and every teacher who provides in-person or distance learning instruction at the elementary level and at the secondary level is one of our employees. They are fully credentialed and licensed in their content area. Here's a sample of the elementary schedule. We continue to fine-tune this each day that we go by, but in general, this is the experience that students will have, beginning their instructional day at 8 a.m., finishing at 1 o'clock. You can see that there are opportunities for students to have lunch, opportunities for them to have movement breaks, opportunities for them to have a snack, but we're focusing our time on literacy and numeracy in the time that we have them. There will be some asynchronous opportunities for students to access Encore in the afternoon, but we are looking at a 1 o'clock dismissal for the elementary schools. Distance learning, 5 days a week, same experience that students are having now, except they would have a different teacher. The schedule remains the same. So if you are currently a distance learning student and you choose to continue, your day is going to look the same on October the 19th as it does now. You're going to have a different teacher most likely, but the schedule will remain the same. So minimal transition for those students and their families regarding their schedule. So let's talk a little bit about middle school and high school. And one of the challenges that we experience, board members, with this is we have one middle school, we have one high school. So I've been asked the question, why can we not do at the secondary level what we're doing at the elementary level? Why can we not carve out teachers and have designated virtual and designated in-person teachers? And it's simply because we don't have enough faculty to choose from. There is one teacher who teaches a content area at the middle school and the high school. We don't have two teachers who teach a specific content area, and we can separate one and go a different direction with the other. It's a curse and a blessing. I'll take the blessing every day with having the size of our middle school and the size of our high school the way that it is, but it does hinder our ability to staff at the secondary level the way that we are at the elementary school. So again, I applaud our staff. We've been having conversations behind the scenes with faculty about this proposal for several weeks now. And so as we were talking about this, some of the teachers said, well, can we take some of our students who are currently in the learning labs and give it a shot? Because Dr. Raley, you're asking us to be able to teach students who are physically in person and teach students who are at their kitchen table at the same time. How's that going to work? And I said, well, try it. Contact the families of some of your learning lab students and give it a shot and see how it goes. And so here's an example of a science class. This is a collaborative science class where we have a regular education and a special education teacher at the same time. trying to meet the needs of the students there, while also from a distance learning standpoint. So an early pilot of our work. We do have physical education where students are at home and students in person are accessing physical education at the middle school. So again, I applaud our professionals for taking a risk and giving it a shot. So again, at the secondary level, families have choice. They have the opportunity to say, I want my student to get 5 days a week of distance learning instruction just like they are right now, or I want to send my student to school 2 days a week and have 3 days a week of a distance learning experience. There are many positives associated with this. Students will have the opportunity to be in person with their peers, will have the opportunity to be in person with their teacher, they'll have the opportunity to have a level of structure of getting up and going to school every day. There are many, many positives associated with this approach to doing it. But excited about what our staff is doing now to prepare for this eventuality should it get approved this evening. If we have current on-site learning lab students, the 2 days a week that they're assigned in person, they'll be in person. The other 3 days they'll be working in the learning labs. And again, we know why. We need access to the internet and we want to provide that support to those students. So here's an example of what the schedule will look like. And as you saw earlier this evening, I'm recommending that we adjust the schedule, beginning our instructional day at 9:30, ending our instructional day at 2:30. Again, it's 5 hours worth of instruction, so there is no loss of instructional time as a result. We are extending, I'm recommending that we extend the blocks from 45 minutes to an hour. We've heard a lot of positives about the 45-minute blocks. So I wanted to keep that intact, but extend that just a little bit, not go to 90 minutes. I don't think it's reasonable for students to be in front of a screen, or it's going to be difficult to be in any setting for 90 minutes. We've learned a little bit through that process. Want to hold on to the positives there. Working through what exactly lunch is going to look like for our secondary students. We believe that based on the results that we have from the survey, students will be able to eat lunch in their cafeteria. They will be assigned seats, however, just from a contact tracing standpoint. We need to know where our students are at all times, but at least they would have the opportunity to eat lunch in the cafeteria rather than eating lunch in the classrooms. So a sample schedule here, opportunities for asynchronous work in the AM and the PM, as well as opportunities for office hours. Students will be assigned to their cohorts, either Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday, based on their last name. Principals have already started that work, but if we have families who are requesting to be in a specific cohort, please contact your school counselor and we'll work with families as much as possible about that. So, if you're a distance learning student, schedule doesn't change. Even if you're an in-person student, your schedule doesn't change. You're still going to have day 1, you're still going to have day 2, you're going to have your same teachers. So that's the beauty of the recommendation at the secondary level. You keep your schedule, you keep your teachers, you now have the option of going in person if you choose to, and so that's another positive. So let's talk about how we can make sure that if this is chosen this evening and we move forward, how can we reduce the likelihood of any sort of exposure in our schools? How can we make sure that we can provide the safest and healthiest environment that we can in our schools? And board members, as we transition, it's really important that all of us recognize the role that we play as a community in this process. It's going to take a collective approach. It's going to take all of our responsibilities. We share this together. Students, staff, residents, working together to make sure that we're providing the best environment that we can. I'm excited about getting students back to school. I think it's going to be amazing for so many reasons. But we also need to recognize that it's going to look different than it did on March the 13th. Many positives about getting students back in school, but there will be restrictions. There will be expectations. There will be different structures within the day so that ultimately we can keep students safe. And if we have a case, or when we have a case, we know who was a close contact with that individual. We can work quickly to trace that, isolate, quarantine where needed, and make sure that we can reduce the impact that may happen in the school division. So, you have adopted a Phase 3 health plan. I recommend that we continue with that Phase 3 health plan and do not negotiate on the strong mitigation efforts that are a part of that Phase 3 health plan. Face coverings are non-negotiable. as long as developmentally and medically appropriate, students and staff will be required to wear a face covering. There are no mask breaks. The times when students can take their mask off is when they're eating a snack as approved by their teacher, when they're eating lunch, or when they're outside socially distanced from their peers. We know the importance of face coverings from a scientific standpoint and how that can help us reduce the spread of COVID-19. So recommend that we continue our approach to wearing face coverings as developmentally and medically required. 6 feet social distancing will be a part of what we see in our schools. We will go into classrooms, we will see desks that are 6 feet apart. We will see arrows that are 6 feet apart. When we dismiss students, we will dismiss students so that they walk out the door 6 feet apart. When they're sitting at lunch, they'll be sitting 6 feet apart. And the reason for that is because if we have a case within our school, or when we have a case within our school, if someone is within 6 feet for 15 minutes or longer, then that individual, that student, is a close contact. We want to reduce opportunities for students and staff to be close contacts, because that results in isolation and quarantine, loss of instructional time, loss of productivity. So we want to maintain 6 feet social distancing to the greatest extent possible on a daily basis inside our schools. We are going to continue to require health screenings. So far, we've had about 90% of our families who have complied with health screenings. We want to make sure that we continue to communicate that, and then ultimately hold our families accountable if they are not completing the health screenings. Again, we need cooperation, collaboration. We are all in this together to make sure that we're providing a safe environment for our students and for our staff. And temperature checks will be a part of the work that we're doing. That was approved by you in August of this year. We've been doing that for our Learning Lab students and plan on continuing to do that as well. So in addition to those mitigation efforts that have been employed, if you look at this graphic and you compare it to where it was in August, you'll see a lot more green than you saw at that point in time. I applaud our facilities team, Mrs. White, who has supported Mr. Steele and his team. I thank the Goochland County Board of Supervisors, who have contributed a significant amount of dollars to support the indoor air quality initiatives that we have in our school division. On Thursday, coming out of Augusta, Georgia, will be over 200 HEPA filters that will arrive here on site on Friday to be installed over the weekend and in classrooms by Monday. The Goochland County Supervisors have approved nearly $800,000. You approved the contract this evening for us to be able to replace a lot of units at Byrd and Randolph so that we can have better filtration. We are going to make a request to you later on this evening that we ask this Board of Supervisors for funding that will allow us to purchase more of the air PHX systems that we have. And we continue to evaluate ionization within our HVAC system. So again, a request will come forward to you later on this evening that we'll ask of the supervisors. So in addition to the traditional measures, we layer and layer and layer other mitigation efforts on top of the work that we're doing to provide a more safe environment for our faculty, our staff, and for our students. So this is an example of the Air PHX machine that has been installed at Goochland High School. Again, we'll be asking for your consideration to seek funding from the supervisors to purchase more across our school division. And here is an example of the HEPA filter that will arrive on site on Friday. This is a significant investment to increase the indoor air quality of all of our occupants. So, in summary, board members, it is my recommendation that students in grades K through 5 return to school 5 days a week. On October the 19th, that we have students returning in person for grades 6 and 9 on November the 2nd, November the 9th for our other grades, and that we allow choice for our families who feel that distance learning is the best for their families. So, excited to provide that recommendation and look forward to answering your questions in a moment. The last piece of information in my recommendation is, what do we do if? We've been asked, how do you know if you progress forward? How do you know if you move backward? We've had a lot of conversations about this, and I stood here a month ago and presented something different to you. And in reflection, I've recommended adjustments to that. And looking at our work, rather than from a deficit model, looking at it from a proactive model and saying, I'm recommending that we move forward, but these are factors that may impact our work. And the truth of the matter is that if we have an outbreak as defined by the Virginia Department of Health at any one of our facilities, it may impact the decisions that we make at that school in their progression. It may not, because each situation is individualized. But it's important that we have a health metric that we are monitoring to determine how it may impact our work. Staffing may impact any sort of future work. Right now, we have really positive staffing data, but we also know the impact that staffing can have on our work going forward. And then recognizing too that we're working in a once in 100-year pandemic, the virus will do what the virus does, and there may be things that happen in the future that we just cannot predict here today. And so if something happens that may impact our ability to operate and provide a safe environment for students, we may need to make decisions related to the way that we're operating our schools. Certainly hope that doesn't happen, but I think we also need to recognize the possibility that something may happen in the future. So board members, that is my recommendation for you this evening. I'm excited about the possibility of bringing students back to school. Ultimately, we are driven by inspiring our next generation to make a positive impact in our world and maximizing the potential of each and every learner. We are Goochland strong, and we are driven by our core values, and I look forward to our work in the future, should this be approved this evening. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Have any plans, Dr. Rayleigh, been made as far as students coming back to the school and that behaviors are not commensurate with our expectations for the behavior that they have?
Yeah, it's a great question, Mr. Quarles, and so let's face it, October the 9th, November the 2nd, and November the 9th are the first day of school all over again. And much like we would on a normal year, it's an opportunity to establish structures, create routines, and have an understanding of what we expect in our setting. And as I said before, it's a collective responsibility, and I've used the word ecosystem in conversations with faculty and staff, but we're operating in this ecosystem of a school, and it takes all of the organisms within that ecosystem to work together to make sure it's a healthy and safe ecosystem. And again, we want to provide education to our students if in fact they're not complying with our expectations. We want to work with students, but ultimately if we have non-compliance, we have options for students who are not complying with our health expectations. And so that option would be distance learning. I'm confident that our students will work with us. I'm confident that they'll understand the role that they play in the overall safety and well-being of their peers and our staff. But yes, we will establish those structures through class meetings, conversations. We're actually working on a video that we hope to publish between now and November the 2nd as well. So it's going to be ongoing communication.
Your last slide says inspiring our next generation. I think we could also put that in reverse. Our next generation is inspiring us. When you're in the schools, these students in the learning labs that may, depending on the age, have to sit a little bit longer in a chair between their breaks. The preschoolers, they're just full of joy. They're just happy to be there, and as awkward as it seems to us, it's what they know, and they've done such a fantastic job with being present. But our distance folks are also present, and they're more than present. They've been engaged, and they are really trying hard to believe that this is how their school for now. So again, I think that they are inspiring us, and I'm so proud of them. Outbreak. Have we had anything that you would define as an outbreak within our schools? That we've been open since August 24th with a number of students and adults who have been with each other every day.
I know in confidence, no, we have not had an outbreak. An outbreak is defined by the Virginia Department of Health as 2 or more cases that are connected by time, space, and there's another factor in there. There's a Virginia Department of Health definition. And just in transparency for the public, later on this week, the Virginia Department of Health will post outbreaks in higher ed and K-12 settings across the Commonwealth. And you're going to see a reference to Goochland, but it is not as a reference to our public school system. It's going to list private and public. But the public will have the opportunity to see what outbreaks are taking place across the Commonwealth as defined by the Virginia Department of Health.
Excellent. This is a plan for our school division, our community. But there are numerous communities, as we read in our daily news,
across the state who are also planning, a reopening. I assume you guys still are communicating and sharing information, knowledge, what you've learned, and how has that helped you with, this plan?
Yeah, we as superintendents are all in this together, making the best decisions that we can for our community. I had a call just last week with Region 1 superintendents, all the way from Sussex to Goochland to Hanover to Chesterfield in Surrey County. And we collaborate about what we're doing, we talk about our successes, opportunities for growth. I had a conversation with Dr. Jones in Powhatan today via text about some of the decisions he is now faced with. And it's a great network to learn from. It's good to hear their successes and how we can replicate those successes, but also some of their pain points and how we can learn, quite honestly, from what they have gone through over the course of the past several weeks and make adaptations as necessary. Specifically at the high school, I know Dr. Collier and his team had a conversation with a high school administrative team north of us and learned about their experience and some of the positives and growth opportunities. So yeah, there's been a nice network and a lot of collaboration that's taken place.
Flexibility, you mentioned, so if something were to happen, we might have to return to more virtual, but that would mean that our students most likely would still need to come to learning labs. So is there a plan for that staff that has been supporting learning labs and for those children? If we are to go to virtual, will they be able to, without much interruption of their education, return to that setting?
Yeah, I think the key word that you referenced, Ms. Thorne, is may. If we have an outbreak, it may or it may not impact the direction we go. Staffing may or may not. I think it's important that we recognize those factors. We want to minimize disruption to our students and our families as much as possible moving forward. Our families have now gone through 3 conversations related to this and a mid-year potential change, and we want to minimize that as much as possible. I do want to recognize our instructional assistants and our bus drivers who have been supervising our learning labs. We talk about our heroes. These professionals have been there working with students day in and day out since August the 24th. And they have been positive and excited, and it's been a true pleasure to see them in action. And so if anyone needs applause, it is those individuals who have been working hand in hand with our students in learning labs since August 24th.
Absolutely, and I can say from having conversations, they're going to truly miss many of those children. They've really developed those relationships that we've been talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Another question. Citizens have been concerned about their elementary teachers especially changing. Would you say in a normal school year, if we can remember that a child has only 1 teacher per day? Is that would be false, correct?
Correct. I mean, again, we're living in a pandemic and nothing, unfortunately, is ideal. I mean, I do not want to reassign students to new teachers, but this is what we may need to do should this be approved this evening. And I guess looking at this from an optimistic viewpoint, as we're wired for optimism, one of our 3rd grade teachers said, "I hate to lose my babies, but now I get to build another relationship with another group of families." So if we look at it that way, is now we have the opportunity to build a relationship with another teacher. Now we have the other relationship to be able to build time with more students and families. Much like Mr. Quarles mentioned about looking at this from a positive mindset, and students will rise to the level that we expect of them. And if we provide, as adults, a positive outlook on this, the students will have a positive outlook as well. And I think, again, that's that collective responsibility that we all carry. It's not ideal. I wish that we could have kept all of our students with their teachers. But let's also think that this has been 8 weeks of instruction. Now we get the benefit of 28 more with the new teacher.
I think what I was trying to point out there is, then an elementary student typically has a homeroom teacher, and they might go to another teacher for reading, or they might go to another teacher for math, depending on what their individual needs are. And sometimes that changes. So perhaps that reading teacher, that teacher who's their reading teacher on their grade level, they might need to change. Right. So students have been adjusting very well for many years to more than 1 teacher.
And I think that's a real positive,
Yes.
because every teacher has something different to offer to every child.
Right.
So, yes, this year there's a collective weight of anxiety and stress, and it is hard to think about that, but children have been doing a great job with this, and all the teachers have worked to meet the needs of those children.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's fantastic. And I'm gonna ask one more question. Secondary students, we are hearing that they are concerned about the amount of homework that they are getting. So we're talking about a school day that's 5 hours, and then we know that there's going to be assignments so that they can take that information that they learned and do something with it, take it to another level.
Right.
What are we doing about this feeling of too much homework?
Yeah, I mean, so the work that we do together is a partnership with our families. And, you know, I would encourage those individuals to have a conversation with that teacher, number one. And then beyond there, if they can't get resolution, work with their building level administration about that. It's a partnership. I don't want anyone to suffer in silence. We need to strike a balance regarding the experiences that students have, and I don't want students to be piled on with homework. They need a life as well. They are still developing and you know, young adults. So if an individual has a concern about that, start with the teacher, have a conversation about the experiences that students are having. I know that our teachers will work in collaboration to say, this is not as important, let's focus on this, or here's an opportunity to chunk the day. And ultimately, our teachers may say, you know what, you're right. I'm trying to figure this out too, and you know what, I am asking too much. And let's work together to make it happen. I think that's the relationship and the partnership that we've formed between the home and the school, so we work together to benefit our students.
Thank you. Sounds like there's been a lot of thought on the physical space, the emotional space, and certainly the intellectual space for our students. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're most welcome. And I'll add another tidbit. Is I was on a conversation with high school faculty today about students that are not having success, and the grace that those teachers are allowing for students to redo assignments and not grade this assignment because this assignment's more important. I really need them to know this. And so, you know, grace is really important, working together with students and families, because we need to recognize how challenging these times are for all of our students involved. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Bailey, I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Number one, I think this is a much stronger plan than you shared with us in July. There's a lot of learning that's taking place, a lot of questioning that's taking place, a lot of growing that the school system has done in terms of how to deal with the circumstances that we're faced with at this time. So I think it's a much stronger plan. I think the idea of staggered arrival and dismissal times, it has worked in many, many places, even though it may not be something we've done here or had to do. I know it can work and work well. And the best part of it is that the families having a choice is significant. So,
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I think I've asked you this question before. I wanted to know about the secondary school, the cohorts. You said you were going to divide people by alphabet.
Yes, sir.
And obviously there are some students who are now working in pods together. And there are students who are in the same household and have different last names.
Right.
And there's all kinds of circumstances that may cause a parent or guardian to say, hey, look, I need to be Monday, Tuesday, not Thursday, Friday with this kid. You know, we've got to put them together so that we can get transportation correct, or so that my family members are correct, or so that the members of their pod are still together, because that proved to be a really good situation. Is there going to be some ability to, you know, obviously within reason, to sort of try and work in managing these cohorts to better meet the needs of the community?
Most certainly. that is a strong yes. That if we have individual situations like that arise, we encourage those families to contact the school counselor and work that request through them. And then ultimately, if they need additional support, the principal will be there to do that. I believe a lot of that has been accommodated already in some of the planning that's been done by our principals. They recognize that we have students like that in certain situations. And we're trying to work 6 through 12 as well, recognizing that it's more than just a high school issue. But again, I encourage families to contact their school counselor first and then their principal if they don't get resolution on that. But we will work with families to the greatest extent possible to be able to meet their needs.
Second question, and thank you for lunch. So, as much as we've talked, and there's been a lot of conversation, that was one that caught me off guard in this presentation. I did not know that we were going to, have lunch in cafeterias.
Right.
What does that mean for the families? Does that mean that they're, still providing the hot lunch, with multiple choices like they would have last year? Or is it going to be a limited thing? How is that going to work for the families?
Yeah, let me rewind just a second and talk about what the elementary experience will be. We talked about the secondary experience. Elementary students, the younger grades will have meals delivered to their classroom. The older grades, they will go classroom by classroom through the hallway, pick up their lunch, go through the line, take it back to the classroom. But yes, we will still offer many of the same choices as we have in the past, and I think the public needs to know this too. Through December 31st, you do not need to pay for a meal. And free meals are provided to all families, regardless of their experience and background. So you can still choose to pack a lunch if you want, but if you want a school lunch, you don't have to pay for it. You could make $25 million and you can still get a free school lunch. And you're not taking away from anybody. It is a benefit to you as a taxpayer provided by the federal government. So if you want a free meal, you have it and it's there. Certainly you can still pack your lunches as well.
Okay, so I'm thinking back to my experience. I was the wheeler and dealer as a kid. I would turn my Twinkie into a ho-ho as fast as I possibly could.
Yeah.
So what are we doing about something like that? Are we gonna have, I know we always have monitors in there, but obviously with some distance, it'd be a little easier to spot the wheeler and dealers.
Yeah.
So, have we sort of anticipated that? Do we have any plans in place about that? Or is there gonna be, the strict no wheeling dealing rule? How are we gonna take?
We're gonna call it the Mr. Right rule, I believe.
Yeah.
But ultimately, we've been applying that approach for many, many years in the school division as a result of peanut allergies and other food allergies that we have. And I believe in 2016, the school board actually approved those guidelines, and we've been abiding by those guidelines ever since. Certainly, we have discouraged food sharing, and we'll continue to do that because we need to make sure that it's not taking place.
Okay, sorry, lots of little things here. When we get the kids back in, and obviously ones who have been in learning labs are sort of used to what's going on, are we going to spend a minute with the kids, at least first period, first day, to sort of say, hey, here's the deal. I've seen, jokes on the internet about a kid who came home with a different mask because they traded with Billy, who traded with Bobby, and everybody's now happy, but potentially in a dangerous situation. Are we gonna take a minute to sort of talk to the kids and make sure that they understand what the rules are, not just masks, but all the little things that may innocently put them at risk?
Sure, there's gonna be a lot. I mean,
The bathrooms,
it's the first day of school all over again. It's the first day of school like nobody's experienced other than the students in the learning labs. There's gonna be anxiousness, right? There's gonna be a nervousness that you've never experienced before for some of these students. They're walking into an unknown setting. And so we're gonna have to reassure those students that everything's okay. And we wanna provide that reassurance, number one. But then we do wanna talk about, hey, we gotta make sure that we're all being safe in here and you can't switch masks. And you know what? You do need to be socially distanced. And we all need to make sure we're protecting one another. That will happen in the classroom, That will happen with principals who are having grade level and other meetings with their students. Again, it's working in this ecosystem to make sure that we're all being as safe as possible. It's going to take cooperation. Families, staff, students, we all gotta work together on this thing, to make sure that we're safe as possible.
And then I wanna make sure, and I think everybody's at least had an opportunity to ask you some questions, but I wanted to make sure that Caroline had an opportunity to ask questions as a student. I think it's her perspective.
Yes, sir.
So, one question, we actually met in our class committee today. One question that a lot of kids had was, if you are, in the high school and you're coming to class and, you have some in-person people and people online, do you have to log on to the Google Meet? Because a lot of the times teachers are presenting whatever's on their screen to the rest of the class. Do you know if, like, specifically if they're gonna have to pull it up on their computer and also on the Promethean board, or are kids in person also logging on to the Google Meet?
Caroline, that's a beautiful question, and I know it's probably on the minds of some of our families who are watching this evening, because, you know, what is it gonna be like? What's it gonna be like for being a student in that in-person experience? What's it gonna be like for a teacher who has 15 students at home and 7 students sitting in a classroom, and how are they gonna be able to meet the needs of all those students? And there will be successes, there will be challenges along the way. Each content will be a little bit different. Each teacher will do things a little bit different. You know, a physical education teacher might handle things differently than Mr. Smith in BC Calculus, just because of the content and their own skills and talents and comfort levels and different things. So I don't think there's going to be a one-size-fits-all experience in each classroom. There will be non-negotiables as far as distancing and some of those kind of things, but the way that teacher approaches their content is going to be individualized. But there's one thing I do know, that November the 9th is going to look different than December the 18th. And that each day that goes by, teachers are going to revise and adapt and modify their instruction to try to meet the needs of all their learners at the same time. There will be bumps along the road, but ultimately I think there will be more successes than challenges. But it's something we're going to have to work through together. We are working with another school division that is doing this at the high school level. We want to learn from their experiences. There's not a middle school that I'm aware of that's doing this, so again, it's an opportunity for us to take the lead and show what we're able to do. But the punchline is that it's going to look different for each class depending on the content, the weather potentially, and a variety of other factors.
Yes, and so also going off of how you said a lot of classes are gonna be individualized to the teacher in the class, of course, we already see that in the distance learning. I mean, each of my classes are different in their own ways, and each teacher, some look to others for guidance and some kind of take their own route. So I know in previous years, even without virtual learning, we've had, I think they did it by marking period, where teachers would put out forms to the students for feedback. Is there a way that we could possibly do that more often, kind of like your distance learning form, but for each class? Because some classes are amazing, but some classes there are things that students would like to see different, but not everyone is welcome to, you know, confronting their teacher or is readily, you know, able to speak to them and voice their opinion. So I think if that's not already a part of the plan, it would be a great thing to have.
That's a great perspective, and so as Mr. Newman mentioned, student voice is critical. Like, we need to know what experience our students are going through so that we can adapt and modify. And one of the things Dr. Collier didn't talk about in great detail is he wants to know the experience of all of our students in person and different distance. We want to do that on a regular basis. We want to do that on an ongoing, regular schedule so that we can say, oh my gosh, this is how my kids feel? That's not acceptable to me. We need to make changes here. And if we don't ask, we don't know. So you can expect that's going to take place more often than it has in the past.
Okay, so she said, indicated about the distant learning and all like that. I can sit and tell folks that distant learning classes, to me, that was some of the most difficult classes that I ever had. When you start talking about learning the material and the amount of work that you have to do with that. And I wonder if, from a student's perspective, do they understand or have seen that distant learning and in-person class training is preparing them for the future? without COVID or anything else along those lines, have they seen any benefit from that standpoint?
I would say that some have, that approximately 60% have, as, 60% are saying that I want to stay in a distance environment. There's a recognition that when we do our work, that you don't always meet in person, that, the world is a global marketplace. And you don't always fly to Taiwan to have an in-person meeting, that you do things through video conferencing, and that's just kind of the way business is done right now. So in many ways, we're preparing students for what they're going to experience outside of the world, where they may be in a conference room with 10 people, but they're talking to somebody in Hong Kong at the same time, and that's what's happening. So again, there are positives of what we're going through. There are challenges, no doubt about it, but there are things that are coming out of this that we can take as positives moving forward.
Great, thank you very much for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
I'm certain that we'll have plenty of opportunity to review this in detail with everybody. Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
What I'd like to do, it's about 5 minutes to 9. I know everybody's been in the audience and very, very patient with us. I'd like to take about a 5-minute bio break so that everybody can breathe, maybe pull a mask off for a half second. Outside, please. Whatever it is that you need to do, we'll come back and reconvene at about 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah.
agenda is gonna be our public comment period. And I've just got a bit of a prepared statement here for everybody. As we prepare for the public comment portion of our meeting, the school board welcomes the perspectives of our community. We know that the issues before us stir strong feelings, and we value the voice of our community as we work to fulfill our mission to maximize the potential of all learners. As we open public comment tonight, we ask that you support our board's goal in our strategic plan that focuses on our desire to create an engaging and responsive experience where everyone feels informed, included, valued, and empowered. As parents, students, employees, and community leaders, we are all setting an example of how discourse that is respectful and values multiple perspectives is the expectation in our great county and in our schools. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. All voices will be heard, even the voices for tonight's public comment that we may have received via email or video, and I do know we've got a few of those. To foster an inclusive and non-threatening environment this evening, I ask that you do not applaud or make comment out loud at the conclusions or during anyone's remarks. Let's just model the excellence for our community through, let's model excellence for our community through our actions this evening. So thank you very much. First up, we have on our list of people who've signed up, Angela Allen.
Good evening. I'm Angela Allen, 2498 Turner Road, Goochland, and I'm a proud parent of a GHS junior. Thank you for allowing public comments to follow the superintendent's presentation, because I have made extensive edits to said comments, so you'll have to bear with me. Chairman Wright, members of the board, I am pleased that Dr. Reilly has presented an option for face-to-face instruction as a step towards getting our schools back on track. I'm also pleased with this progress. However, we may hear from others that despite overwhelming evidence, student populations don't need to be together for learning. However, there's scientific evidence and extensive research that say that they are the safest populations in our country and not the super spreaders of COVID that was once predicted. Brown University research on 200,000 students in 47 states from the last 2 weeks of September revealed a COVID infection rate of 0.13% for students and 0.24% for staff. These numbers are not zero, which for some people means numbers are not good enough, but 0 was never a realistic expectation. One might argue that any risk is too great and that schools must be completely safe before reopening them. But this approach ignores the detriment to children, including learning loss, malnutrition, and toxic stress from remote learning. Furthermore, the children affected by school closures are disproportionately low-income students of color. This week, the World Health Organization said lockdowns should not be used as a primary means to control the virus. Even with all of this, sadly, the education of our students no longer seems to be the priority for some teachers. How am I to conclude otherwise when teachers in our schools are using their position to influence students to choose virtual-only instruction? An elementary school teacher said, kids may not move out of their desk, she will not touch their iPads, at no time or circumstance can they come to her desk, and there will be no outside time. Now, Dr. Reilly fairly acknowledged that it's going to be a little bit different teacher to teacher, but when a high school teacher says, hey, we're not going to have any paper copies, assignments are going to be submitted virtually, and you'll be in a Google Meet format, we have to find some consistency so that students have an appropriate expectation as they transition from one class to another. I'm disappointed by these tactics because they disregard this administration's protocols for face-to-face instruction. Teachers should be mindful that parents do not welcome interference in a decision that belongs to families. There may be opposition to reopening schools. However, it's based on rhetoric and it isn't scientifically grounded. Yes, COVID has... All right. Did I win?
Sorry about that.
That's
I wasn't
okay.
supposed to go
I
on.
like literally have 2 sentences.
No,
Okay.
no, it's okay.
Okay,
Please
go ahead. COVID has taken a toll on our country, but if there is a silver lining in this debacle, it has brought into focus that it takes leadership and a community that are willing to address this together. Thank you.
Being the brave person.
And sorry about the alarm. So next up is oral strategy.
I made some changes. So Laurel Satir, Mannequin Savage, your Dr. Rayleigh in school remembers, and a proud parent of Marina Jr., Markella sophomore, and Karana 7th grader. First, I want to share my perspective of why I'm speaking tonight. I'm a social worker, the daughter and the sister of a teacher, so I value education. It's essential for the future of our children. I'm speaking tonight in favor of fully opening our schools. Your recent school survey results showed that about 30% of those surveyed said that distance learning was terrible, between 38 to 51% rated it as good. Marina did a psychology project of surveying the Bushland High School students about virtual learning. Her results showed that 31% of those responded felt that they were only learning the bare minimum. 45% felt that they are behind, and 20% feel only 20% feel prepared for the future. 41% feel they learn best on their own, while the rest said they need small groups and large groups. So only 20% feel that they're prepared. Students were asked what they liked about virtual school. They liked sleeping in and taking naps, the ability to work on their own. Half said they liked nothing about virtual school. Some of the teachers are doing an amazing job, but some of them I'm concerned about. They said nothing will change when schools open up. As a parent, I'm disappointed that some students are being discouraged to return in person. My question is this at your best? Is this what the administration has approved for in-person instruction? I sure hope not. Recently, my 12-year-old took a time test and failed it. She completed some of the questions, got anxious and frustrated. When I looked at the test when she was done, of the things she completed, she scored 85% correct. Because she didn't finish it, she got 56%. Now has a C- in her class. Is this learning environment okay and what we want for our children? I feel like I'm in the middle of a war and fighting for the rights of all students to have a quality education. I'm asking you to maximize potential of every learner, as your motto says on your website. Dr. Rayleigh, you said in August you're prepared to turn on a dime, prepared for virtual and in person. So why are we waiting until November 9th? For my kids, that means that they'll get 12 days in person because we're the last part of the alphabet. That's 12 days out of a semester, that's about 90 days. With only 44% returning, can they return for 5 days? And keep their class sizes small and still social distance? For some kids, virtual learning is not working. We also need to advocate for our kids who need sports and activities. In Virginia's private schools and in other states, children are playing in person, playing sports and in school in person. In Virginia, there's no equity, as only those with financial resources in private schools have in-person education and their athletic programs. Many high school athletes only have the option to play on a high school team because they've aged out of rec sports, or their families can't afford a travel team. Trust me, it's scary. I worked through all of this as a social worker. My husband is high risk. He has sarcoidosis, ulcerative colitis, and diabetes. I get it, it's scary. But are we doing the best for our children? Their future is in your hands. I'm not okay with just a rating of good or terrible to any student. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have anyone else signed up, and we've got a couple of video comments and some emailed in comments, but I want to make sure to accommodate those of you taking the time to come here in person. If anybody would like to speak, please feel free.
Stephanie Nixon, I live in Haydenville, and my daughter is a senior in the 6th grade. Right? Okay. Y'all hear from me for 3 months now, so I'd like to take this time to say thank you for listening. Thank you for offering a plan that gives options for all students. That's all we've been asking for from day one, and I appreciate it. I realize it needs work. I'm not going to complain tonight. Thank you. I hope by the end of this evening, I can tell all of you thank you for accepting the plan, and let's give it a shot and move forward. I was pleased tonight to hear all of the presentations by principals. I wasn't expecting that to be honest. One theme I heard about was anti-bully, inclusion, making sure the kids feel like they belong. I really want to underscore, because I saw the presentations that were given, and they were bad. As adults, we need to understand that we can bully children. If children are brave enough to say, I need an in-person option, we as adults have to recognize that, and they're a group that deserves to be felt included and inclusive in their school. They belong, just like every other group. So please, let's all keep that in mind. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Several.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcus Allen. I have two daughters, one that recently graduated and is at UVA now, and another one that is 12 years old. So I think, Dr. Rayleigh, I think you have done a good job with your plan. I really do. And I think you made the right decision from the beginning. And I ask that you and the school board, that you guys just make data-informed decisions. And I think you've done that so far. So I think, rather than criticizing you, I want to thank you for everything that you've done. And I do agree with the choice to allow families to make that decision for themselves, to allow them to send their child to school if that's best for them, but to also allow some distance learning. I think it's a good idea and a good way for parents to express themselves and to give children what they need. Also like what I heard about equity and inclusion. I think that's very important. I was happy to hear your school leaders talk about that. I am a graduate of Goochland County Public Schools way back in 1990s. And I can tell you from personal experience, that was not the school that I went to. I'm not going to say that it was a horrible school. I ended up graduating from college, got a master's degree, and I'm doing well. But the inclusion was not a part of the Goochland County Public Schools that I went to. It just simply wasn't. I got cheered on the football field when I played football, and not the same way in the classroom. I know you've heard me speak of this, Dr. Ellie. So I think in general, with our community, what's important is the spirit of the community. So we can have training on implicit bias. We can do that all day. We can talk about how important equity is, but the spirit of the community has to be one that recognizes and is enthusiastic about all children, not just some children in the classroom and some children in athletics. We have to be a community that recognizes and welcomes all children. So that's what I ask for when it comes to equity and how we proceed. We need to have that type of spirit. So thank you for all that you do, and continue to put, to make evidence-based decisions. I appreciate not being afraid to make those decisions despite what you may get from the public and the pressure that you may get. Sometimes in life, tough decisions are difficult. Sometimes we have to, they may not be popular with the public, but we have to do what's right for our community. So thank you for allowing me the time.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Alden. I am the mother of a 9-year-old, almost 9-year-old at Randolph Elementary. This is going to look a little different than last month when I got up here and just basically proceeded to cry and tell you that we needed something different and to do your job. You did. That was a good presentation. My son, when I told him that you guys were talking about going back on the 19th, I can't tell you how excited he was, how there's life in them now, all the kids. He's doing YMCA flag football. The partnership with the YMCA and the Goochland schools has been amazing. Like, you guys are really coming together. I'm gonna forgive that short little knee-jerk reaction of, wait, we shouldn't do it. Just act like that didn't happen, because he's excited. I know it's hard. Somebody texted me after this and said that it was good that I got up and spoke, that it was brave and it took guts. No, it didn't. It's my kid, it's his future. Felt helpless and powerless.
it's great for you guys, it's just your job to go against everybody that, you know, it's always the squeaky wheel, right? So, while most of us might wanna, or don't, or indifferent, it's the squeaky wheel that, you know, and it's just your job. You don't have to go home and lay awake, and you can say that you're kids, but they're not, they're, you know, so I appreciate your bravery and willingness to do that. And I would like to say that, I know that we're talking about, like, what if the kids don't do what they're supposed to, or, you know, how are we gonna mitigate any of the things that come along with being 9, touching, and I'll tell you that the kids in the learning lab that have been doing it, I mean, they do it no problem. My son gets on the bus or gets dropped off, mask, filter, no problem, lean on them. Use them as like examples of what to do, split them up into the other groups as they come in to show the other kids what to do. They're scared. My son, he always had security, so this happened, and next thing you know, I can't go into the gas station without him like falling to pieces. They want to do what they're supposed to. It's good for them to see the adults in their life not scared anymore. My son said, they don't act like they're scared of me any longer. He's talking about the teachers and the school bus drivers and the, you know, everybody, the people at the YMCA, although they're kids, you know, counselors, so they're pretty much, they're kids. So, we can't be scared. We have to be strong and be brave for our kids. You guys did, and I know it's tough for the high school and middle school kids, so, you know, I feel for those parents, feel for your position, but as a parent of an elementary school learner, I really appreciate it.
Evening, Susan Dosey. I just wanted to tell you that I'm one of the monitors. I've been monitoring in the middle school, started in high school, and I see what goes on with the kids daily at the middle school level. I'm with the 6th graders. So I've got the largest group in the middle school right now. And from what they tell me daily, they're tired of these. They're tired of just being with the friends that they're with, sitting 6 feet apart. They want to go with their teachers more often, which they've started to go with their teachers more often. I also have a senior in high school who lost his junior year, who's losing most of his senior year. And I've talked to those kids because I've been in the school. I'm the dinosaur of this school. Mr. Newman knows. I've been through so many of the principals, so many of the board members, probably more than anybody here except for Dr. Fowler back there. My son is failing. He is not thriving. And I've talked to his friends, and the majority of them are choosing not to come back because they feel like the teachers are going to teach to the virtual students. They're not going to teach to the kids that are coming back. So what's the point in coming back if they're not still going to get that teacher looking at them, teaching them? They understand that they have to teach everybody else too, but they don't want it to be the same. And that's what they're going to get. They're going to get the same. So they should stay in bed, stay in their pajamas, not have to wear a mask, and stay home. But I see it in the 6th graders too. They want to be in their classrooms. They want to be with their teachers. They're hoping more kids come to school, and they're excited about that. But they're also concerned that I can go up and I can help them on their iPads, but yet the teachers are telling them they can't do that now. But they're not going to do that now. And I have a hard time with the school board and the administration not setting it to be consistent around for everybody. Elementary, middle, high school. We have to have some kind of consistency for the kids, from the teachers, from the administration, so that all of our kids are getting taught the same way. We can't go online and hear teachers say, and it's been said, I'm not going to do that, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. When I see the kids that are eating lunch in 6th grade in the LMC, they take their mask off, they have water, they eat, because last couple of days it's rained, we haven't even been able to go outside. They walk to their classroom. Now, are they good about their masks? Yes. Do they come down like this? Oh yes, they do. And I joke that I herd cats because I'm like, up, put your mask up, up, put your mask up. That's what I'm doing, I'm herding cats. In a lovable way. I haven't had any problems with them saying that it's not lovable. Anyways, inconsistencies. And it frightens me that we have teachers going out there and saying what they're saying and how they're gonna be teaching our children. That's our future. We're supposed to be teaching our future. And I work in this school, and I've worked in this school for years, making practically nothing. Put the bulldog costume on because I'm here for the kids. It's always been about the kids, and that's why I'm in 6th grade right now. And we need to make sure that our teachers are reminded that this is about the kids. They took a job to teach our future. They need to continue to do that. And they need to figure out a way to make it open and make the kids want to come back to school, because right now they're not making them want to come back to school, and that's why the numbers are not higher than what they are. And that needs to change, because our kids need to be in school. They need to learn from teachers, our good teachers, because we do have good teachers in Goochland County. We always have. But we need to teach our kids. And we need to do a better job of it, and we need to be more consistent around the board about it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Rachel Sloan, and I appreciate that you are saying that you would like different perspectives from different members of the community. Well, I am a different perspective, and I'm so pleased with Dr. Rayleigh's presentation, and it makes me hopeful for the future. I had a 3rd grader at Byrd, and that was the word I had. When I went to the school board meeting in August, I lost faith in how unorganized things were and the inconsistencies of how things were, and so I chose to put him in private school. And right now, in private school, my son has had 0 teachers complain. I talked to the principals, none of them had any threatening to not come back. They are all on board with vacation, and they're not paid much more. This is a small school, they're not paid much more than the public school staff. And they do it because they know what works, and they're dedicated to the cause of improved child development. And that's much like many teachers here at GCPS who want to come back to full days and in-person instruction. My son wants to come back to Byrd. He misses his friends, he misses Mr. Hopkins, he misses his teachers. But what I am fearful for, and why I don't choose yet to want to send him back, is because I hear these things about teachers saying things like, I know you said they're gonna have some leeway in how they're gonna run their classrooms, but I'm hearing these same things that she just echoed. And so I'm hopeful that they will be held accountable, and there will be consistency throughout, not having different things in different classrooms and things of that nature. So I'm very hopeful that you guys will enforce that and keep that accountable. Right now, he is in pre-COVID. It's just to give you a perspective, he's in pre-COVID person-to-person instruction with masks, but they do have mask breaks. He has 45 minutes of recess outside. He comes home with grass stains on his knees. He has a long dialogue of what he's learned for the day, and he's thriving. And my heart goes out to so many of these parents that I spoke with who wish for that for their children, but that we're not getting it currently. Hopefully with this new plan, it sounds like it's gonna get better. I was able to throw money at the problem, but honestly, I shouldn't have had to, and neither should they. So I know you can't deviate from the CDC guidelines and do be as flexible as private school can be. I hope that the athletics will come a time where they can get back to playing sports, because we are playing sports. and it's going well, and we haven't had any outbreaks or anything. So, thank you for, I made a lot of edits. Thank you for the presentation, and I'm hopeful that I can send my son back to Berg because he's really excited to come back. Thank you.
Mike Dozy, actually would run here in Gibson County. Thank you, board, for all the efforts put into these plans. Thank you, the staff. And it is appreciated. It is difficult. For those of you who know me, you know I spend a lot of time with the children, typically out on the athletic field. And I have children that have graduated college. I have children that are still in elementary school. They're all my kids. And I know they're all not going to grow up to be high school athletes. I know they're all not going to grow up to be college athletes, not to be professional athletes. But what I do hope that they grow up to be are leaders in their communities, people that are adults that are willing to step out front and show others how to live their lives. Not to be afraid of the boogeyman in the corner, because life will always punch you in the mouth. Every time you try to succeed, someone will always be there to knock you down. And that's a lesson that every child needs to hear. That's a lesson every adult needs to hear. We've given permission to fail by our Lord. We've given free will by our Lord. It is important that the kids see that from our leadership here. I know my son is struggling with the virtual learning. I'm sitting upstairs in the room with him, and those of you who know him, he's 6'5", 260 pounds, big young man, crying because he can't get the instruction he needs, because he can't walk up and ask the teacher to walk him through a trigonometry question. They'll talk him through it online, but that is not the same. Anybody who struggled in math is walking up and going, oh, now I see it. And that light bulb that comes on. And it could be history, it could be math, it could be English. For me, it was 4 years of Latin I struggled through. Still haven't used it. But I appreciate the removal of the 3-minute mark. You heard a lot. I'll just tell you, my business, we chose to lead. We took 2 weeks off to flatten the curve. I never left work. Showed up every day. Staff's been coming back. We've been back since May. Hundreds of us in the office every day. We wear our masks when we get up and move. When we're at our desk, we don't. But we're mindful of everybody else. We're respectful of everybody else. Let's lead Gibson County. Let's lead the surrounding counties. Let's show them that our students understand how to act. When you're sitting at your desk working, you're 6 feet apart, you don't need to be sitting there with a mask on. You're not messing with anybody. When they get up and move around, they should be respectful to everybody else. They should be respectful to their teachers, each other. But let's lead. Let's not follow. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for all the efforts that have been put into this plan. Have a good day.
Anyone else?
Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this time to come and speak. And I'd like to first thank y'all for your efforts to try to move the county forward into getting back to school. My name's Robert Sprouse. I'm a retired master guard sergeant in the United States Marine Corps. And I say that only because as a Marine, we're by necessity taught operational risk management, risk mitigation is drilled under our heads. So we deal with facts, hard facts, the things that make a difference. With the COVID, it's obviously, I'm not discounting that there should be caution with COVID. COVID is dangerous. It's more dangerous for some people than others. However, according to the CDC, as from February 1st of 2020 till October 3rd, the mortality rate for individuals 0 to 17 years has been 100 fatalities. Now that doesn't, and one is too many, I understand that. There's 74 million kids aged 0 to 17 in the United States. This can be, these good kids need school. They need to be in there where they can socialize with proper precautions with their fellow students, with their teachers. Some kids are doing great. Some people said their kids are doing fine. Other kids aren't. But there's a role there are other things that come into play. Those students that can't do well with distance learning, those students who need that interpersonal contact, and the other things that have come along with these lockdowns and quarantines, where rates of depression, suicide, substance abuse, domestic abuse have increased in many areas by 100% or more. These facts are all on the CDC's website. At what point is the damage done? Are those factors greater than the risk with proper precautions for kids to be back in school in a proper, stable learning environment? Also along those lines, the school plays a vital role in those areas. Those kids, I've heard people talk about making sure kids get fed. Those are also the times that those kids that are at risk have somebody they can go to. Somebody they can talk to when they have an issue that they can't express at home because of whatever those circumstances may be, whether it's substance abuse, mental abuse, domestic violence, whatever the case is. So the school in many cases acts like a lifeline for so many of these kids, where they can come forward, talk to someone that they feel comfortable with, that they think they can trust, and so that they can move forward. And I think that we need to make sure that we continue to keep those things in mind as we move forward. Like I said, I appreciate all the effort everyone's put forward to move towards opening the school, and I hope that things will continue to progress until it's fully open. But I think that we need to pull the boogeyman out from under the bed and expose him to daylight, because it's you just sitting here. The University of Indiana, and I'm gonna have to paraphrase this, did a study in population in there is in Indiana. And in that population, the mortality rate for people under the age of 60 was 0.0125 or so approximately. We need to put this thing into perspective, take appropriate precautions, and move forward. Otherwise, we're going to sacrifice safety for freedom. It's safety for the health of those kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
name is Joe Street. I have two children at Bird Elementary, one in the second grade and one in the fifth. I want to start off thanking Dr. Ailey, the school board, and the entire school system for the work they've done to start off the year educating our children. It's been challenging and they have risen to the occasion. I'm not here to argue for or against opening schools. You all have the facts. You're going to make the decision that you deem best for our schools. But my family appreciates the flexibility that you have ensured that we will all have. For us, the time is not right. My children are staying remote. Believe me, I want them out of my house. They will be yours to deal with when the time is right for us. That said, I do feel that those children in K through 5, whose families like mine are opting for remote for personal reasons, are going to be placed at a disadvantage going forward. Those that come to be in person stand a higher likelihood, as presented tonight, of retaining their current teacher and their current classmates if they do opt to go to school. Those that stay virtual will most likely have a new teacher, a new set of classmates. These may be individuals that they have never interacted with before. That may be healthy from a developmental perspective to interact with new people and new teachers. But what we have to realize is that it does place that virtual group at the beginning of the year, the complete beginning of the year. And they will have to reset. They will lose the next 2 weeks because they will need to get on the same page. They will be at different places in the material. They will need to learn each other. It will be what we all saw from the beginning. Here is my dog. He likes to lick the peanut butter off my spoon. His name is Sparkles. This is all going to start over for these virtual students as they rebuild a class. They learn the rules of this new teacher. For example, my son is in 5th grade. We are not even 9 weeks in and he has already had 2 math teachers. When this takes place, he will have 3. I've been told he will not retain his math teacher already. Is he destined to have 4 to 5 math teachers in one school year? Simply because every time we make the move to or from, these students stand the chance of changing teachers yet again. When they go back to school in 2021, as I'm hoping that we will eventually be cleared to do for everyone, he will likely not go into the same math class that he will go be virtually in going forward from this point. This is highly disruptive to the learning process. There have been studies that have shown the impact of teacher turnover mid-year. This is in essence what is happening to the students that are virtual. Their teachers are turning over. You can say, if you want, that it's not the same because the teachers are not leaving. But to the virtual student, they will not see them again until they come back to campus. This is the same as the teacher leaving their lives. A Vanderbilt study showed that losing a teacher during the school year is linked with a loss of between 32 and 72 instructional days. That equates to 1/6 to nearly half of the school year. We're now asking these virtual students to potentially endure this twice. There are other studies that I could share with you if you wanted them. I'd be happy to email them. But they actually break it down by subject area that impact on standardized test scores. This is going to impact the virtual students more greatly than those that come back to school. I'm not advocating that we keep everyone virtual. Please don't think that that's the case. All that I'm asking for is that we treat the virtual students with the same degree of respect that the ones returning to campus will have, and ensure that in some way this will be the only disruption to them from their classroom perspective. They need to be able to maintain the teachers going forward after this shift. We can't have them change again a 3rd or 4th time. For those that are in doubt of the impact, I would simply ask you this. As professionals, adults, people that have had jobs or have jobs, would you, in your career, have ever, or would you ever, endure changing a manager 3 to 4 times in a 6 to 9 month period? Would you ever willingly endure that? Would you ever willingly endure changing teams 6 to 9 times and having to relearn everything and still be expected to complete the project that you were assigned or take the test that you were given? The answer is likely no, and I don't know how we can expect our children to adapt to that same level if we would not be willing to do it ourselves. So I thank you for your time. I appreciate you listening. I look forward to seeing how everything rolls out going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Street. Is there anyone else?
Hello, everybody. It's the first time ever trying this. My name's Philip Allen. Been a resident all my life, all the way through the school system. So, seen a lot of things change over the years. There's just a couple things I wanted to add to things that have been said. See, we've been everywhere with things being said. And to just start off with the end of that, everybody's had to make sacrifices. And everybody knew that when everybody was at home, it was going to be some go back. Yeah, I don't see any way to possibly make it equal to everybody. And yeah, I feel for that. I don't have a child that's still in the elementary school level. Mine's in the high school level. So those issues that he represents is at elementary school level based on the description of the plan. But that being said, every solution has its problems. I will ask though, based on the decision for middle and high school to go back 2 days and 2 days divided into 2 groups, if the RSVP of how many wanted to go back is right at 50%, why not the 4 days instead of dividing into 2 groups, which is still another division. All the principals talking about inclusion and trying to get everybody together. Well, if you only have 46%, I think is the number said for the middle school, why in the middle school going the 4 days, still leave the middle one to clean the school if you want, so that you had to go 2 and 2 to make the time equal. If you can't go 5, go to 4. If you only have 50% of the population of the school, and you can only house 50%, then go to the 4 days. Buses, every district around us that has more schools than they have buses and drivers to deal with, widen the schools offset in their times. Anyway, a bus driver gets hired to do a job for an hour in the morning, an hour in the afternoon. They got to figure out what they're going to do in the middle of the day. When I went to school, bus driver picked you up, went to school. My bus driver worked in the cafeteria all day. But they didn't serve breakfast then, so a bus driver can't serve breakfast and drive a bus. So you might actually get more bus drivers if you can present more hours. Sorry, I have to check my notes on this. But I believe we are going in a positive direction. I mean, just to recap the year, we had to start with, we didn't know what was going to happen. Everything had to shut down. And nobody disagrees with the decision to shut down the schools. Nobody. At that time, that was the only choice. How many months later are we now? How many real cases? There's numbers on the books. You can show a graph that the graph goes up. But in reality, in Goochland, how many every week shows up positive? And this whole county is going to Food Line, going to McDonald's. I have worked every day. I didn't even have a shutdown. Everybody was at home now. I do heating and cooling. I didn't strictly state what I was doing, but I work every day. You know what my average day to go to a house is? I walk up to the house with this mask on. Half of them come out the door they don't have a mask on. And they're like, you don't have to do that. I said, I do it because that's what you're supposed to do, okay? If I'm gonna be there working all day, I don't work with a mask all day. They keep to a part of the house, we do our work for the day. None of my customers have been sick, none of my crew has been sick. It can be done. And it sounds like the kids that have been coming for online, on-site, I'm glad that they're being let out of what was, in my day in school suspension. Sitting in a room, initially not told they could speak to each other, say your screen, don't do nothing else. That was in-school suspension in 1980s and 90s. I'm glad that they are getting out, that y'all did testing with them, intermingling with teachers, get the teachers comfortable with the situation, and move forward. I've seen the screenshots, I've seen the recordings of what the teachers have said to some of these students to keep them at home. But I don't think that's the majority. Now with 200 and some teachers we're at now, I think it's a low percentage. And if the individual admins can watch over those situations, if they have a teacher that is negatively impacting the kids, that they can deal with it inside of their schools. I don't think that's a school board level thing. I think that's the individual school's issue to deal with. But I would like some extra attention paid, that similar to the military, a complaint to a teacher may not get you anywhere. You gotta go around the teacher to actually get something changed. That you just complain to the teacher, they may just retaliate to you. If you go to around them, maybe somebody more versed in how to change the behavior might get involved. I know that my little run here has been a little all over the place, but it's because I'm picking up little things throughout the whole presentation. I didn't come with anything preset. But I think that'll do it. I didn't get the alarm, that's okay. They just had that debate on TV, everything would work more smoothly.
That's probably true. It scares the heck out of me, that.
Good evening. My name is Tony Whitlock. I reside at 1208 Copperstone Court. I've had the opportunity to talk to several of you all on the board, as well as Dr. Raley and most recently Dr. Collier on Friday afternoon. And initially, I want to first thank you all for listening over the last month and a half rather than hearing. There's a big difference. And I believe that you all probably heard a lot over the summer and up through the last plan that was presented, but I think you all are listening now, which I appreciate. Personally, I'm in full support of our kids going back to school full time. I've got friends of mine that go to private school, collegiate, and they are back 5 days a week. And they've been that way since September 1st and haven't had but one issue in, the last 8 weeks of school. But I am glad to see that we're making progress, and I support that progress. So thank you all for coming up with a plan that starts to move in the right direction of getting our kids back in school. I certainly appreciate it. No sense in rehashing the past. Let's move forward, and let's do this right for our kids. So I appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allen. I forgot to say thank you. Anyone else? Okay, great. Thank you all for your comments. Oh, we got the videos and I'm so very sorry. I was excited for a minute. I'm sorry. Your choice, the other's choice.
Good evening, members of the board. I am taking the time to speak tonight for many reasons. Ultimately, those reasons come down to the names and faces of over 1,000 students I have gotten to know during my 5 years of service to GCPS. I would like to speak to the reopening plan proposed. Years of service to GCPS. I would like to speak to the reopening plan proposed this evening and the grave concerns I have with its implementation. Several short months ago, I remember receiving daily anxious phone calls from my sister. My sister is a New York City public schools teacher who has served for over 12 years. Before our new normal took hold for citizens across the United States, eyes and news networks were trained on what was happening in New York City during March of 2020. Our nation watched what happened on the streets, in the subway, and in their public schools. We became gradually more aware of the threat looming within the spread of COVID-19. The New York City Department of Education lacked crucial information regarding the spread of the virus that we now possess. Mayor de Blasio did not close schools until March 15th. After the virus had begun rapidly spreading throughout the city's population. Even when this decision was made at the 324th documented case, it came too late. Transmission was rampant within the community and ultimately resulted in the deaths of 19,000 New Yorkers during March and April alone. My sister witnessed students grapple with the social, emotional, and academic difficulties of the pandemic while family members were on ventilation. Several of her students lost their family members, including parents, forever. This unforgettable trauma will likely shape their lives for years to come. GCPS now has demonstrably more knowledge and preparation time than decision makers did in New York City in March. Unfortunately, I believe that this time and knowledge has not yet been utilized prudently. When GCPS has been asked to provide metrics or a detailed plan of how they intend to respond to cases or an outbreak, either directly related to our schools or as a result of community transmission, no clear answers have been given. When it comes to COVID, we know that decisions can cost human life. By the time health departments can respond reactively to cases within a community, it is often too late to control the spread. GCPS has the opportunity to develop a proactive plan, yet they have chosen not to do so before sending children back into classrooms. It gives me an extremely heavy, broken heart to realize that the names and faces that matter to me so much may not hold the same weight in the hearts and minds of decision makers. In thinking of those names and faces, my thoughts are brought not just to my past and present students and their families, but to my coworkers. Like me, many of them have sacrificed nights, weekends, summers, sleep, sweat, and tears for their students. They have done so wordlessly, not only because they love their students, but because they believe wholeheartedly in the power and purpose of public education. Now, as GCPS later tonight intends to discuss staff retention, we are asking staff members not only to sacrifice their own health and lives, but the health and lives of their family members. When I studied to be a teacher,
As teachers, we all knew that this wasn't a glamorous career. We knew it was a job that isn't respected. It comes with far too little pay for a massive amount of work. But we answer the call anyways, simply because we love teaching. Teachers, like the rest of the world, were not prepared for COVID and all the chaos it would cause. Nonetheless, we've taken it in stride. I have seen my fellow educators take on this challenge of virtual teaching and do marvelous things. The aforementioned struggles of teaching have been exacerbated by COVID, however. The workload has been piled high. Teachers are working even harder than before with no raises in sight. Harder than before with no raises in sight. Now, GCPS is considering increasing the workload even further with this hybrid plan. Your teachers have vocalized their concerns about their already heavy burden, yet you intend on piling more work, synchronous, asynchronous, and in person. There's also all the planning and grading too. Burnout is already happening. Teacher retention is an increasing issue. Then there are the health concerns. COVID cases are still on the rise. Teachers will be risking the health of themselves and their families by returning to the building. You are giving students choice, but teachers don't have any. Accommodations are being denied to even those in the highest risk categories. I have put in my resignation because of this plan. The risk to health and mental well-being is too high. I've been asked to choose between my family's health and my own mental health, or my job. I choose the former. I'm not the first to leave the county because of this plan, and I won't be the last if this plan is passed. I know several teachers who are facing burnout along with fear for their health and the health of their families. You are pushing teachers out the door. The success and greatness of GCPS has rested on the shoulders of its teachers and staff. I assure you that the quality of this county will quickly diminish if you don't start caring about them. Please vote against the hybrid plan. Stop rushing to get kids through the doors. Wait. Listen to the teachers. Wait until COVID numbers decrease. Give teachers options. I simply ask that you care. Show that you care. You've already lost several educators, myself included. Don't lose any more. Thank you for your time.
I have 4 comments.
Okay, thank you.
The first letter is from Elizabeth Bowers. Respectfully, GCPS administrators and school board. Thank you. I applaud our return to being an innovative, forward-thinking school district we have always been, and I remain proud to brag about living here. I'm so pleased at the prospect of choice is being proposed to all families who have students at GCPS. I think this is an approach that considers all. I want to reinforce the need to have the option to return to in-person school for those who choose to do so. I have 2 children in high school and one is doing well. My other child has some difficulties with virtual learning. His grades do not reflect this since he is spending hours teaching himself what is typically taught in school. I have talked to him at length and trying to understand what he is experiencing. Here are some of the things he has told me in a sequential fashion. He is not as engaged as usually as if in person. He is not as willing to ask questions online. He says he is not intimidated in this setting. In math, he reports, I'm teaching myself. It's easier in person. World history is easier in person. When I asked him for more details, he told me I learn better in class. I do not learn well this way. It's not that simple. He misses his teachers, he misses his friends. School is important to him and his growth as an individual. I've spent a lot of time considering what my children are experiencing. What I do not think educators are considering is that from the ages of 13, 14 through 16, there is very little available for students to participate in outside of school. Prior to age 13 and 14, depending on their date of birth, most children can participate in camps, sports activities, and then they age out. In this group, there is no access besides school for social interaction. There are no recreational sports or activities for the average athlete or student. Granted, there is travel ball, but not all can afford this, want to do this, or athletic enough to participate. I can tell you my son clearly needs this type of interaction for his emotional well-being. Not being in school merely compounds what all children face at this age. Lastly, I'm a nurse practitioner and I have and am currently caring for COVID-19 patients. I was initially frightened and have learned much in the last 6 months. Perhaps you may recall since I bring that up all in my correspondence. As you can imagine, I would never place my children or anyone in harm's way. One thing that has not been addressed to the public to my knowledge is if teachers have concerns, are they being given appropriate accommodations to allow for them to distance for whatever reason they may have? As a parent, I would never want to put a teacher in a position that makes them uneasy or frightened. We need to balance the needs of the students and staff. I am offering any assistance that may be needed as I have contacted other schools who are in person. I have many resources that schools can use based on CDC guidelines, and I will provide links for reference. This is being done in many other schools throughout our state and country that are being executed safely and successfully. Currently, Virginia has a 5.1 positivity rate, which is the lowest it has ever been. We can successfully allow for in-person instruction to those who desire to do so and maintain the health of the community following proven guidelines. And she lists 3 links. Education is essential and educators are essential workers. I would not have had the success I have without my teachers and professors. All of Goochland County and society needs to provide the means for my children and all children to succeed. I would like my letter to be entered into the public record at the next school board meeting. The next comment I received is from a mother who asked that her name not be read publicly because the comments come from her daughter. The mom's comments, but this letter is from my daughter, so that no one is thinking about. They keep saying they're concerned about kids' mental state, but what do you think is going to happen to a kid if they bring this stuff home? Also, we can't get parents to keep their kids at home when they're sick with the flu, strep, or other things. How are we going to get them to keep their kids home with this? No one doing temperature checks except for parents. I don't trust this method to keep my child safe. The comments from her daughter. Dear Goochland School Board members, I'm currently a junior at Goochland High School. I love going to school, I love seeing my friends, and I love all of my teachers. I miss all school very much, but it is too soon to go back to school. I know many of the people at school in my classes and people I am normally around every day are not social distancing. I see my best friends without a mask and they try to hug me like COVID-19 does not exist. I do not want to go back to school because I have elderly family members like my granny who lives with me. If I was to go to school and get COVID-19, bring it home to my family, I would never forgive myself. I have my family depending on me to keep them safe. It hurts that I can't see my friends, but it would hurt even more if I was to give COVID-19 to someone else. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Please stay safe and have a good day. This next comment is from Heather Cujo. My son's 4th grade class is planning to adopt a cow this month. My son is excited about the prospect of participating in this project with his class. Yesterday I told him this would be his last week with his current teacher because school was reopening and he will have a new virtual teacher. He was disappointed. This morning he said if my teacher changes I won't get to adopt a cow. I had no reassurance from him than to say I will see if we can adopt a cow ourselves, so now I'm on the hunt for a cow. There have been so many changes to our lives since March 2020. Throughout all the changes, my son has learned to take it all in stride. He voices his disappointment, then finds something else to do. So, to borrow a page from my son, I'm voicing my disappointment. I did not like the separation I perceived regarding virtual versus in person. I would prefer the teachers we were originally assigned, the ones we have now. The switch-up feels like a punishment with the reward being returning to in-person classes. I feel the school should reopen fully, only when it's safe. I like the current model of a virtual and in-person. I would love it if it were left in place as it is. Before I find something else to do, I'd like to say thank you to GCPS for being cautious and thoughtful throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. I pray that we can all remain cautious, thoughtful, and respectful of one another. This next comment is from Joy East. The definition of a public servant is a governmental official. Teachers fall into this category. There are teachers in this county who are taking it upon themselves to fearmonger our children by creating rules that are ludicrous at best for in-person instruction. You have teachers taking it upon themselves to tell our children there will not be water breaks, recess, no snacks, and other than eating lunch, will not be able to take a break from wearing their mask. Is this school policy or a teacher-driven policy? Just like I choose my profession, these teachers did the same. Their job is to teach my child. If they don't want to teach them, find another job. It's ironic that these same teachers creating these rules have no issues going out to Walmart, Lowe's, Target, just to name a few, but are scaring children from coming back to school. There are a lot of teachers who are supportive of in-person instruction, and those teachers deserve recognition by all of us parents. These are the true MVPs. These are the ones that want to teach. My daughter has had therapy every week for several weeks, and it's because she isn't getting interaction that is crucial for development in every child. Empathy, interaction, social skills, friendship, and caring are emotions and skills these kids need. Instead, they are being taught fear. This virus is not going anywhere, and just like the flu outbreaks, croup outbreaks, RSV outbreaks, and we should proceed with caution, but we need to recognize it's a virus and it's not going anywhere. If anyone in this building thinks this virus is going to go away wearing a mask, then I guess we better just shut down schools indefinitely. But if you're a realist and understand that we all run a risk of catching any illness, including COVID-19, and that it's here to stay, we can then move forward with a solid plan to make sure our children are getting a proper education. I'm all about a safe return to school and making sure we handle it properly, but I will not sit back and watch my daughter have anxiety attacks any longer without saying something. Goochland County Public Schools has had since March, when schools shut down, to come up with a safe return to school plan. However, 2 weeks prior to school starting, the teachers didn't even know what direction the school was going. Everyone here who's in charge of making decisions for our children should be ashamed. We should have had multiple plans. Not one, not two, but multiple. Instead, parents are stuck with having to make a decision about whether to sit their child in a gym all day long with no social interaction, or sitting at home with the excellent internet living in the country provides. Regardless, poor planning on the part of Goochland resulting in parents having to make quick decisions about where to put their kids and working. We have had 7 months to decide multiple backup plans, yet continue to propose action instead of taking action. Thank you for your time. That's all I have.
All right, so I will
Excuse me,
I'm sorry?
I have an answer to the CAL email by Tina McKay. She said that the teacher, that the new teacher he was assigned to, they were adopting a CAL as well. So that's somewhat simple.
Okay, I'm gonna close the public comment period. Thanks everybody for your input, perspectives, and hopefully we'll be able to at least make some of you happy this evening. What we're gonna go ahead and do. So next up, we've got our action items on our agenda, which first of which is the reopening plan. And Dr. Rayler, we're gonna do just one plan, not a separate one for elementary and secondary.
Board members, I would recommend you do the preschool through 12 plan, wrap them all together.
Right, okay, just one then. So board members, questions or comments?
I had a couple of questions brought up by people either on the letter or in person. One of the questions was about teachers are not providing positive affirmations to the kids in the classroom when they ask for things. Now, we've heard the school's goals for this year, and all of them are indicating that they were going to have positive interactions. Dr. Really, one, I guess, can we make sure that those things will take place, and those who are not communicating positively be coached as to with the proper perspective that they have to do in the classroom. Another one was saying something about no mask in the class, and that's kind of interesting because one of the things, whether you believe Dr. Fauci or anyone else, one of the things about masks is that it does mitigate to some extent the health risk caused by COVID. So I don't know if you want to make a statement about that one also, Dr. Rio. And it said something about accommodations and that people are not getting accommodations. I don't believe I've ever heard that those persons who were appropriately provided their accommodation request were denied. So I'm not sure what that bit of information is. Thank you.
And I don't know whether you wanted to interact, because you did ask him a question.
Sure, yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer those questions, and, you know, there may be examples where there was miscommunication, there may be examples where things were shared in classrooms that may not have been accurate. That is certainly possible. As you know, in any organization, you know, it's what is shared at one level needs to get down to the operational level, and it's possible that things may have been shared inappropriately, but one thing that I have shared with principals is that we must be on the same page, top to bottom, inside and out, regarding our approach and the work that is done tonight by the school board. And if there are individual situations where there has been improper communication or things that are said that are not accurate and true, you can be assured that we're going to work through that with that individual. It will be discussed at a building level with that administrator. And then ultimately, you know, if it needs to be done differently, we can take another step. But it's important that we provide a welcoming environment for every child, that every child feels comfortable and safe and included in that space. You are hearing that thing this evening, and if there are words that are being said or actions that are being taken that may not align with our division-wide approach, then we need to interact and handle that appropriately, and I assure you that we will. Regarding face coverings, I mentioned this in my presentation. Our approved Phase 3 health plan includes the use of required face coverings as developmentally and medically appropriate. I referenced that there are no mask breaks as a part of that Phase 3 health plan. Students may remove their face coverings to drink water, to eat a snack, to eat their lunch when they're outside, but there certainly is a lot of benefit to wearing a face covering. And it's something that we have learned from other school divisions that are incorporating that. I think there may be a question about what it's truly like, but we have experienced in our learning labs the successes of that. And in other school divisions, I've talked to superintendents who said, we thought it was going to be an issue, but it wasn't an issue. So I'm confident in our approach moving forward. And then your question about accommodations, Mr. Quarles, you know, that's a personnel issue that we work through on an individual basis with employees. And I can assure you that we have abided by every sort of regulation associated with the law. We have handled each situation individually, have treated each individual with care and compassion, but have done that in a way that also recognizes that we have a school division to run as well.
So I have a series of comments. First of which is, it is, I believe, every person in this room, in this county's intention to return to a normal school plan as soon as possible. There are issues, however, in steering a ship as large as a school division with, you know, 468 employees you mentioned, and 2,600 students and 23,000 citizens in the county. It is much more complicated to get something done than most people ever envision. And it takes weeks and months, because if we begin to propose a solution before every I is dotted and every T is crossed, well, we are eviscerated in the public eye and accused of being political and not having plans A, B through D or F or whatever they thought should happen in 7 months' time. It's a very difficult thing overall, but I think everybody has the same goal in mind, perhaps different ideas about how to get there. I do feel for Mr. Street and what you said about having some changes. I think unfortunately we've got to progress somehow, and actually one of the things that Mr. Allen said, you know, every solution has its problems, which I thought was a great phrase I'm going to borrow in the future. You know, it's true, and unfortunately that is going to mean some changes for teachers. It is our intent
not to continue to change things. We want stability. That's one of the main things everybody's asking for, and it's what we're trying our best to provide. Although, there are, as Dr. Rayleigh said earlier, there are potentially things that could happen that may change our course. We're going to do our best to try and continue to move forward with things. I know that we've got some differences of opinions about what's the best approach to move forward. But one of the things that really struck me was a comment that actually came from one of my friends to the board. He had never said these things to me personally, and has never said them since, and I've seen him 3 times since he sent this email. But I think it's very interesting when you think about what has happened in society and this idea of essential workers. I do believe that education is absolutely essential, and therefore the jobs that everybody is doing here, including your advocacy, is essential. And I think it boils down to an idea of whether you are trying to avoid risk altogether or just to mitigate it or accommodate it along the way. And I think it's really wonderfully written the way he said, of course, reasonable people differ on the amount of risk to be tolerated in certain situations, but much of this difference lies in the value one places on the mission. And so if we are deeming this as an essential component of our lives, of our community, we need to really consider something that is acceptance of some level of risk. We cannot avoid risk altogether for a variety of reasons. And I think that we have to make sure that we are safe in what we do, but we have to accept a certain level of risk in what we're doing. And I think that we've got a phenomenal set of staff members and parents, community members who are willing to help in ways that sometimes run ahead of the actual need. I remember when we talked about helping and needing some tables. Next thing you knew, the whole community was out there and doing all kinds of things. It was fantastic. Ultimately, it was running ahead of the problem. The solution was running ahead of the problem there. But I know that with some cooperation, we can all get through this. And I hope personally that we do it with a level of optimism. It's one of our core values. It's one of the things that we have. It's one of the things that disturbs me most when I hear people talking about things is the idea of the pessimism that they have when there is no proof that things are going to go right or wrong. I just am a glass half full guy, and I have the hardest time with the glass half empty people. And it doesn't mean that they're wrong in their concerns, but I have to look at it from this positive outlook. And I think with optimism and cooperation, we can make almost anything work. It does take a little time to turn a ship, but I'm happy with the direction that we're heading, and I hope that we continue to move forward in a very positive manner. So thank you. That's my comments.
The only comment for me is the fact that from so many speakers tonight, and I have a lot of notes, but it's the word consistency. And to me, thinking about excuse me, a school division, building to building, classroom to classroom, there has to be consistency. That's why we have a disciplinary policy, that's why we have an attendance policy, that's why we have other policies. And I would just say that as we think about this plan or any future plan, that as much as can be consistent for students and families, teachers, others, that it is determined that it will be consistent. And I just heard that so many times tonight.
The 3 words that stuck out for me were from one of the parents in the emails, and that was cautious, thoughtful, and respectful. And I think no matter, as you said, there's going to be people that like the plan, and people that do not like the plan. But I think we all have to know that we are working to be cautious, just as every individual who is coming and going is working to be cautious. We are thoughtful of each other's feelings. We are thoughtful of the science. We are thoughtful of the hard work that has gone into every day of school, every day of planning, we're very thoughtful of the families that have committed to educating their children every day. And we are also very respectful of all the people, and again, the work, and of the importance of education. So, as we decide tonight, please know that we are respectful of being cautious and thoughtful as well. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I think the thing that struck home to me was the fact that the emails that I got, some of them I received, indicated that we hadn't given thought to a lot of these problems. And I'm only one of 5, but I can almost guarantee that we have all given due thought, lots of thought, lots of mind-bending thought to what the decisions we make and the people that it will affect, and the students that it will affect. But I think that we as a board have given due diligence to the safety of our students and our staff, and have done the best that we can do for the citizens of Goochland and the students.
Thank you. Okay, board members, if it's your desire to proceed, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, given all the things that have been said tonight and the reopening plan, I make a motion that we approve Dr. Riley's reopening plan.
One second.
Okay, board members, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great, so we've adopted the return to in-person instruction plan. Thank you one and all, public, for your comments as well. So we've got a number of other items here on our action agenda. We've got some budget supplements that are gonna require a little work and interaction with the Board of Supervisors. Is that correct?
That is correct. On the memo that I instructed you, there are 3 items, 3 groupings. One is the Board of Supervisors have already approved an increase, restoring some of the CIP that we lost last spring, the $347,308. And then they've agreed to give us $283,000 more of the coronavirus relief funds. So I need for you to acknowledge that as part of your approval tonight. Then we are asking for the supervisors to increase our supplement from their funds. We would like to restore a school bus for $105,000. And then we would like to receive the full amount of the turn back. And in the transmittal letter to the county, I have outlined all the items that we have determined as the priority items and how we would use that turn back. In the spring, the Board of Supervisors asked that they retain $150,000 of that turn back, so we have broken it into 2 parts. So if they determine that they do want to retain the $150,000, we've identified which projects to move forward with the balance of the funds. Then we have received, frankly, a lot of money, and in just a very short period of time, for coronavirus relief from the state. We have a small grant from GEF, and I say small now because in magnitude to some of the other money, it's 46,000, which is an incredible offer from GEF. The high school innovation grant, which you saw, demonstrated tonight, we received 50,000. So it's a budget supplement from the state. We have federal money, IDEA, came in higher this year, the award, so we're just acknowledging that. And then you'll remember that a month or so ago, we applied for $361,000 from the state. We actually were awarded $208,000. They're very specific type of grants, and we can use all that money after January. So, we'll be thinking about best uses for those grants now that we know the amounts. The big item that has just come to us, and I have a correction on that, is $440,790 of coronavirus relief funds. They have decided that we have until 12:30 to spend it, not 11:30. So thank goodness, all of us across the state really breathed a sigh of relief that we didn't have to make such a quick decision. I have included the certification that comes with that, and Dr. Rayleigh, if you approve this budget supplement, to receive the money, Dr. Rayleigh will sign the certification, he will receive it, and put it aside until an accounting maneuver as unearned revenue in the federal fund, and then when the county appropriates it in November, then we can make use of it. So we'll just continue to run through the process, even though it's running very fast. We're not really, we don't have a normal time frame to sort of go through this process. So those are the action items that I need for you to approve, and you can do so by saying, as presented, because this would be very complicated to repeat.
Would it as presented with that correction? Is the correction already in the document, or do we need to say as corrected?
As corrected.
Okay, thank you.
I was gonna, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I was gonna say the budget supplements as presented in the letter from Ms. White to Dr. Rayleigh with the following points. Number one, the acknowledgement of the, already approved from the county boards of supervisors. Number two, the request for additional funding from the board of supervisors. I won't call all of those words and numbers because it's in the memo. And request for additional appropriation for funds for the school. The school has received that has no impact on the board of supervisors budget and any other correction that may be needed to ensure that it's correct. That's very much.
Okay.
Mr. Quarles, does your motion include approving the certification for the additional funds?
The certification, well, yes, it would be the certification of the additional funds, because that's how we have to send it to the board.
Thank you.
Okay. You've got a motion?
I'll second.
Okay, board members, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. I know there was a lot of work.
That was work. Thank you so
Right,
much.
thank you very much. So next we've got policy updates. Board members, this is second reading of the policies that we reviewed last month, but also a series of policies that we reviewed and passed on first reading back on March 10th. But because we were kinda, I don't know, distracted, we forgot to come back and approve them on second reading in our April meeting. So there's really two different sets here. I've spoken with Dr. Rayleigh. There's no changes at all to what passed in first reading for either of these two sets of policies. And so, unless you've got some questions or comments, I'll entertain the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I vote that we approve the following policies on second reading. policy KKA, LA, CLA, GCG, IKG, JFCI, JHDA. In addition, the policies from the March 10th meeting for second reading, let's please approve DB, DI, EC, EDC, EF, EFD, JFCC, KG, IICA-R. EIEIO.
Excellent, okay. So we've got a motion.
I second.
Thank you very much, Ms. Agreed. So we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, informational items. We've got a biggie here.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Dr. Armstrong and Ms. Harris to come forward to talk about the work that they have done to help us develop a strong workforce, reflecting on what has taken place in the past, some data, some information that will help to inform some of our budget conversations and the work that we do forward to make sure that we have the best professionals working with our students day in and day out.
Before we start, I'm sorry that you're so late on the agenda, and I'm sorry for your husband too to be here this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. We thank you, Dr. Rayleigh, members of the board. I feel like, as you just alluded to, this is really the first measure that results in the grand opus that is our budget book. You know, we take this step tonight. We'll have the salary study coming in December, and we'll really get into the meat of budget development. And I also want to say, as we get into the first slide here with our staff, so we get this on the presentation mode. I feel like I need to say this, that the teachers, the 226 teachers we have in this division, with the exception of those who have come and gone, those are the same teachers that made this division the niche #1 ranked school division in Metro Virginia, Metro Richmond, a BDOE division of innovation, an Nashville Distinguished School Division. And these teachers are the backbone of our success. And I want to make that very clear tonight. And again, you know, no matter what happens, ensuring that we retain the very best, we continue to hold high expectations, and we recruit the very best, is going to be what keeps us successful no matter what context we're working in. So I want to make that clear off the top. With that stat of our 478 total staff, I do want to note too that this is something I always like to place some attention on, is that, you know, we dedicate our personnel resources, obviously in majority to our teaching and our school support. We have a relatively lean central office of 32 for a division our size, and that includes our Department of Technology as well. And I do want to note, I think I mentioned this in our ECHO Awards, that, you know, we have 5 full-time operational technology staff members, and this is something worth noting in this, who support this entire division, including the 478 staff members, 2,500 students, parents, all that IT infrastructure. So I think that's an important little wrinkle in that personnel distribution as well. I am going to let Demetra take us into some of the details here about our outgoing staff, and then we'll get into some of our incoming staff, those characteristics as well, and talk about our exit survey data. So Demetra Harris, our SHRM Certified Talent Services Supervisor.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. So this year was pretty consistent with what we've seen in years past. We lost 33 people. There's nothing that stands out as an outlier. It's pretty consistent with what we see in exits every year. When you look at the graph, 3 things continue to stand out as our top 3 reasons for why people are leaving the division. Retirements, personal and family reasons, and personnel actions. We did notice that this year we lost some teachers to private schools, which we haven't seen in the past. But when we dug a little deeper on that, that had a lot to do with teachers wanting to be on the same schedule as their students. Our exit survey was done by Merck again this year. We did see a decline in participation. So last year we were at 70%. This year we were at 55%. I think a lot of that may have just been people had a lot going on. So again, nothing nothing that we weren't expecting there. This is just the information that's put in everyone's exit interview packet. The hyperlink takes the person to the confidential survey. They work with VCU on their responses, and they're anonymous. We never know who said what.
We had 18 respondents on record. You'll see that I think for a technical glitch of some reason, we only really got 17 responses. Now that seems low. It's I think a 55% response rate. It's still significantly higher than what it was when we had an exit interview that did not go through MERC. I think MERC's work has been great with this. I serve on a few committees in MERC, and I think this is going to become a model for a lot of divisions. There are several locally that are using this as well. The overall experience, the branching logic of using this, it begins with your overall experience, and then depending on what answer you get, it will then branch you off into other sub-questions that can really help us tease out some more details around the reasons why someone decided to leave or decided to stay. Overall experience statistics are still very positive. One thing I'll note here, it's interesting that you see that you have 13 agree or strongly agree for those who recommend their school to someone seeking employment, but then 17 to recommend the division. I always just find that interesting why someone would vary from recommending or not recommending your school, but yet recommending their division. Just a little detail there I wanted to bring some attention to. But again, 16 of the 17 folks who answered this question said that their overall experience in GCPS has been rewarding, strongly agree. When we get into compensation, and again, this is really a first step as we develop our budget. This is going to be some important data to consider. One piece is that I always like to point out, teachers and teacher pay is a hot topic at all times. We always like to work to be that leader in compensation for our compensation policy. You still see that several respondents have said that they do not agree, or they only somewhat agree that they're fairly compensated for their work, or have the same opinion about pay raises. But we do see that we get pretty positive feedback about our health benefits. I think that's a positive. I would venture to guess in other divisions you would see different results in that, and I think that's a credit to the work of Demetra and the finance staff and everything we do to really interface with our benefits providers as well. Retirement benefits too, again, a little bit further out of our control, but I think on that health benefits piece, we're very competitive in terms of the employer share that we provide in health benefits. I think that goes a long way, and anecdotally and speaking to staff members in other divisions, I know that is something that does set us apart. But again, we have to keep that focus on our overall compensation and hopefully getting back into the cycle of providing pay raises.
So this slide is not surprising but concerning. 50% of respondents felt like stress was manageable. Right at 50% say that they're struggling with balancing work in their personal and professional life. We have seen an increase in just things that we're dealing with employees with mental health and behavioral health issues. I think a lot of it is just we're in a really difficult time right now. But we are trying to put some resources in place to kind of help people deal with what they have going on, because they can't be great teachers and administrators if they're not taking care of themselves. So we have worked with our EAP provider to start a campaign soon about just how they can use EAP, that it's a resource. We've even asked for additional sessions for people who just really seem to be struggling with what we have going on right now. Our mental health counselor at the high school is holding small group sessions for our teachers. They're doing yoga things that they can do outside. They're learning about mindfulness, but it is an area of opportunity for us. I don't think it's specific to teaching in the profession. I think it's specific to just everything that's going on. However, we did see it, we recognize it, and we want to work to improve it.
The career advancement piece is something that I know has come up, and I think sometimes I wonder, I'd love to dig a little bit more on these respondents, you know, how much of it is you want to find a pathway to a different career within education, or how much, honestly, is that you just want to be able to find a job that pays better in education? I mean, let's just be honest about that. And unfortunately, in public education, traditionally, the route to, again, higher pay and another really kind of work environment was going into administration. That was it. But the reality is that being a school administrator is a very different job than being a teacher. And you can almost say they're kind of two different careers in the same field. So we really talked a lot about, I know Dr. Guy's been doing work with our coaching staff and what we can do with potentially more extended contracts for 11 and 12-month employees, which can, I think, add another dimension to a teacher's experience while also improving that compensation if it's done the right way. This is, again, a tough time to do a lot of that, but I hope we're in a position where we can provide that in the near future. But again, we did see that come up. We did have some staff members who left for different types of positions. We had a teacher at the high school who's now working as an instructional designer at VCU. Still working in education, but again, you know, go back to that last slide, probably not dealing with the same daily stress that comes with working in a public school. I mean, that is reality, and that's something that, again, we work to mitigate as best we can. When we looked at incentives to stay, the question was pretty simple, is, you know, what are some things that would have, you know, could have been considered that would have perhaps convinced you to stay with GCPS? And the top three that came up, I think pay increases, that one you would expect. Recognition is one that I know we continue to brainstorm ways to improve morale, to recognize our employees, you know, whether it's in very just simple ways and maybe some more grand gestures. Of course, this past year when we gave the survey, we weren't able to have our usual end-of-the-year recognition events, so it affected that. But facilities continues to come up. And we talked about this last year as well, and you know, I know we've had to defer our plans on the new GES, but again, I think it's going to be even more important moving forward after this hopefully ends, is to reconsider our teaching and learning spaces and what our buildings look like and the technologies in them from both the safety perspective and instruction perspective. So I think it's still worth keeping that in mind. So again, this is going to hopefully inform our budgeting for capital improvements, for our operational budget. But again, just keeping all this in mind as we move forward, I know will be of value to everybody.
All right, Dimitri.
So we hired 20 new staff members this year. I won't read through who they all are. You guys already know that. When we look at who we're hiring teachers who have experience. So when you look at the average, they're bringing in about 7 years of experience. We tend to pull from other school divisions, which is not uncommon. 11 new grads from just recruiting events and probably a lot of referrals. And we did have one person from out of state and 2 people who chose to return to Goochland.
Stay up there, I'll come from here, but in a Merck study, they pulled up this survey recently from Ed Week, and I think it's something to think about. When we administered this exit survey back in the spring for a lot of our departing employees, again, how reliable is that data now? I don't know. It's questionable. We're doing a teacher retention study through Merck. I'm on that team, and we looked at a survey that we administered back in February, and we just kind of threw our hands up and said, look, does this even matter now? And I mean, that's a pessimistic way to look at it, but again, I think we really need to be very focused on looking at our recruiting from a different angle. I don't think the risk personally, and I've talked to other school division employees about this and other divisions in my position, it's not going to be as much employees leaving to go to other divisions. I think we're going to see more employees leaving public education, period. And that's something that, again, as an innovative division that likes to stay at the forefront, the more we can do, again, to to really create an environment here, whether it's through our compensation, our facilities, providing them with, you know, the recognition, the incentives, the mental health benefits to retain those employees, especially in our COVID and post-COVID world, is going to be what's best for our students. And you know, it won't be easy, but I think that's something we really need to consider this year as we start planning for the spring and all of our recruitment efforts as well. So our next steps, you know, our strategic plan states that our diverse and high-performing staff prepares students to make a positive impact. I will get into more details about, again, our efforts to recruit minority candidates. You know, last year I presented the state of the workforce and then presented my minority recruitment plan next month, and I hope to be able to do the same thing depending on how our agendas run. But we were able to recruit 4 minority teachers this year, and I think this is my 5th year doing this, I think that's the most that we've had among our recruiting class in any given year. And you know, again, we have to continue that. I have included a lot of this in my own personal goals that I've discussed with Dr. Raley about some of our program initiatives that we discussed back in March. We're trying to get that really revitalized again. Continuing to recruit, and those might be virtual recruitment events now. We've already done a few of those. I had one at Virginia State 2 weeks ago. That was a virtual recruitment event. And then having one of our in-house events as well, sometime between now and December. Now, what does in-house look like? We got to feel that out. You know, we don't want to put anyone in a position where they're turned off because we're telling them they have to come on site. We've got to be very sensitive to that, and we'll work through it. But that again, that goal of our compensation policy to be that leader in compensation, make sure we're addressing those well-being needs of our staff, especially now, and thinking about those career pathways and if that works already in the way. But this is going to be, it's going to be critical for us to really keep a pretty good focus on this between now and when we start preparing for next year. We're already thinking about it. Sarah,
And so the exit interview survey that you saw was specific to instructional staff. We are working to develop an exit interview specific to operations staff, so we can start to dig a little deeper on that. We've talked a lot about exit interviews. One thing we'd like to implement this year are stay interviews, so that we talk to people who are happy and they're here and they're staying here, and we want to learn more about what makes them feel that way, so that we make sure to continue those things.
So happy to take any questions.
The questions and the nice presentation. Thank you very much for all the information about it.
Of course I have a question.
Well,
first of all, I have a major compliment. You guys, it's almost 11 and you are sharp.
Is it really?
So thank you so much. And I know that that's the kind of service that you deliver all day long to our employees. So thank you so much for that. I just wanted to note, I appreciate the small group mental health activities that are being provided. That is fantastic. I love the stay interviews. That is a great idea. And we talked earlier about student voice, and I think teacher voice would be very helpful in this reconsidering the teaching and learning spaces. I think that's a perfect place for them to bring their expertise and knowledge. And also I made a note about making sure we share this information with the Board of Supervisors as we look to our budget. They need to understand what the reality is for many of our staff. But on a positive side, I think it would be really awesome to have a joint Beachland workforce fair. So if the schools, the Board of Supervisors, Chamber, private businesses, GYAA, just everybody that's a part of Beachland had, not just one single group's job fair, but a workforce fair.
Showcase the entire community.
Yes, I think that would be very powerful, because we've been to millions of job fairs, and to try to explain the feeling of Goochland is a little challenging when you're isolating yourself. This is the schools, but to really represent the whole community might be very powerful, very helpful to us as school employees. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great stuff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, board members, I would say that this is the focus of our administration's work in the next several months. You know, now that we have direction, instructionally, and holding on to our talented folks and recruiting the best into our school division, that's really where we want to exert a lot of energy in the coming months. So Mrs. White's at the podium. We have a couple financial topics to discuss. The first one is taking a look at the proposed budget calendar for your consideration, as well as some information about how we plan for the future and how our finances align with the strategic plan that you were talking about earlier today. And Mrs. White has provided great leadership to get us heading in the direction to align our finances with what we feel is important from a strategic standpoint.
So, this calendar shows that October is the beginning of that operating budget calendar, and, we have shifted a little bit. Normally about this time, I would have sent stuff out to our budget managers, and with all that is going on in our school division, I'm delaying it a couple weeks till the end of October, sort of shortening their period of time. But everything else is really, very similar to past years, and most of you started right at the public phase of the public hearings last year, which was in January. So this is the budget calendar. It is a draft. We will, as the county creates their budget calendar, we will do the same. We'll finalize it. What I wanted to show you was what we had intended to show you in July during the retreat, and it got a little hung up in other things. So, we wanted to start this process right after, right after the strategic plan was designed. We're going to move right into the financial plan part of it. What a strategic financial plan is it's not the operating budget. It is a multi-stakeholder development of a multi-year plan, so that every year we're not having to just guess what we think we might want to do. We want to align it with our strategic plan. And so this financial plan we started it this week with our senior staff, and every week we're going to be working on trying to pull that together, and we'll bring it back to you in December. So what I've done is, you are the top row. I'm presenting it here. We looked at the budget policy today, made some strengthen that a little bit, and then we will bring back the strategic financial plan to you in December. And then we have the other people that are involved in the process. What I wanted to just show you was some examples from other strategic financial plans. It's basically, the senior staff looks at the strategic plan, and they pick a reasonable number of goals, 3, 4, 5, would not be unexpected out of this year. And then we think about what we might want to see over a 2 or 3 year period to try to get us towards some of our goals. And once the senior staff come up with those goals in consultation with their staff, then I will set some dollar figures. So, for example, let's say we wanted to improve the number of counselors. So remember last year we said we wanted to have a half counselor at Randolph. Then the next year we were going to move it to a full-time position. Then maybe the following year we were going to add another counselor at the secondary complex. So I would value that, and that would be year 1, year 2, year 3 for that particular goal, to get more counseling services in the school division. So each of those goals I will try to value what it would cost to get there. And then the other part of the strategic financial plan is to make sure there's solid metrics behind it. Is this goal creating the outcome that we were expecting? And, so we will have some metrics that will help us evaluate that. Now, sometimes metrics are very hard to do properly, and there are other factors that come in the way, but, we'll show you the metrics that we have started to look at, the dashboard in a minute. Each investment takes, either more money coming from somebody else, or it requires us to strategically abandon. And we know that in past years, we have, with Dr. Rayleigh and I, we sort of know a level that we expect every year, just by abandoning, certain programs. We have turnover of staff, and so we see some savings every year. And so that would be our baseline, but maybe we have to be more strategic about abandoning, a particular program. And we'll talk about that as a group, as well. So, that will be part of it. This is just showing that in the strategic financial plan, we're gonna revise it every year. So, you know, this year we say we've got this 3-year progression to get, 2 full-time counselors in. But maybe next year we say, you know, hey, we wanna increase that. We think we can go ahead and move forward in that plan. It's a higher priority for us, so we will revise that. We'll look at the data, make sure the data is still supporting that this is appropriate for us. And then, in the financial plan, we'll also talk about, we'll have some appendices with real numbers. And this is something that I've done every year to try to get us towards a multi-year financial plan. But I will tell you that this is me. This is my multi-year financial plan. This year, we're opening it up, trying to get a bigger group. So, this is sort of the after effect of our annual plan. This is the residual stuff that comes out of that. And so we're reversing that. We're looking at it first, what do we want to get to, and then using that to support the first year of the annual plan. So anyway, this will be new for us. We may not be, it'll be a growing process for us. So we're gonna give it a try this year. If we can only get to 3 goals that we can do in this way, that's fine. We have a lot on our mind. But I really appreciate Dr. Rayleigh, wanting to improve the process and just make us a better, stronger division and a wiser use of our taxpayer money. Okay?
It just takes our strong financial work to an even higher level.
Yeah.
It's greater quality, even greater depth to what we already are doing. It's just more transparency too.
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
Okay.
This is really good work.
Any
Tough
more
stuff.
questions? So are you ready to move on to the next item?
Sure.
Because, we also, in June and July, we're working on the dashboard, and that's sort of, also, got sidelined. But, this is just an example of what we are trying to do on goal 1. And, you know, we are being optimistic. We're using various shades of green instead of a stoplight. That was sort of intentional. We're going from very light green to dark green, saying, woo, we're pretty darn close. Or we are there. So, we have identified some things. We had done it during the strategic planning process, and this is where we're really sort of laying it out. Off to the side here, we actually have how we measure that. So there is other information and who is providing this information. So we will try to make this manageable, and our hope is that we can deliver this type of dashboard to you at least twice a year, and maybe reduce the amount of tactical report that we do. We'll sort of go back and forth, have to report in the debt. That is our intention.
I'm sorry.
I just said I like it.
Oh, yeah, no, it's really cool. I think there's, like anything to do, there's a little room to maybe tweak what we put on there or what we emphasize and that sort of stuff that's on there, but I think this is really fantastic.
Yeah, we've started it, we don't have everything clearly identified yet, but
Honestly,
we got it there.
at this point, even I can't read any of it. Yeah, I have trouble in the morning after coffee, so by this time, I'm not good. But I recall looking at it a couple of days ago, and I think it's really great stuff. I think there's, like everything else, it will develop over time, but this is, again, exactly what a dashboard should be, what we're looking to do as an organization to increase the transparency and, frankly, our own knowledge about where we stand and what we're trying to do during the course of the year. And that helps set the tone when we finally make it to the budget and start to see the first thing right around the holidays, the first draft of things that won't all be surprise.
Right.
So, thank you. This was really great work, and I love the financial strategic plan. I think that's fantastic. I've not heard of other people doing this. I feel like we're, sort of once again sort of setting the standard in particular about how we do financial reporting, but also just the alignment of everything that we're doing, the strategic plan itself, how that impacts the financials, and everything else from there. So I just love it. I think you've done some great work, and I really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you for your support.
Well done, David.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I'll close my computer because it died.
So next item on the agenda, board members, the superintendent's comments.
There you go. Thank you.
You heard a theme here this evening regarding the environment that we want to create for our students, our staff, for our families, for our visitors that walk through our doors. And, this is Bully Prevention Month. I would submit that the work that we do is not just during the month of October, it's day in and day out, 365 days a year. There are opportunities ultimately for us to make improvements in everything that we do. There are students who have negative experiences that may rise to the level of bullying. It may be teasing, it may be name calling. No matter what you call it, it's an unfortunate experience that child has had. We need to honor and respect that, and we need to make sure that we validate that student's feelings, but ultimately work to make sure that the likelihood of that happening in our schools is less and less each day that goes by. There are a lot of strategies that we are employing. Right now we're working through, issues related to that experience in a distance learning environment, and making sure that students feel welcome and included, that there's not cyberbullying that's taking place, and even for the students who are in person. This is ongoing work. I will say that if you review our policies, there is very strong language in our school board policies regarding what we tolerate and will not tolerate when it comes to bullying. I know that because of some work that I'm doing with a community organization right now, and it just brings us back to task on what we do value as a school division. A lot of work taking place right now. Proud of what we're doing, but we can always make improvements, and that work is ongoing, and it's a commitment that we have for our students and for our families.
So next up, we have items for board review. In the interest of 11:07 not becoming 12:07, I'm going to suggest that we review it at some other time. We've all had an opportunity to do it, unless you've got a comment or question. I'm not going to spend much time on it. So committee and board reports. And I'm sorry, I'm just such a creature of habit. I always do the same thing, the same way every single time. So Dr. Geyer, if you get us started.
Mr. Chair, and I'll be very brief. From the Reynolds Community College Board, Dr. Pando presented to our board of supervisors last week, and I know at least a couple of our school board members were there. She did a great job summarizing the year for the board of supervisors. And the only other thing I would add is I'll share with our board members. She's hosting, she's calling community thought leader discussions coming up here in the next couple months. It's all virtual, and I'll send you the links, and if you're interested, I'm sure you'll love that.
Okay, great, thank you, sorry. Little side conversation here. Mr. Newman.
So, just two comments about the Education Foundation. There is a plan to have a virtual retreat sometime in November. The date's being decided. And then you probably already saw this. It appeared twice in the Rickman Times Dispatch, but it's a foundation thank you to everyone that contributed to the Goochland Education Foundation.
Yes, we had a meeting of the Advisory Committee for Equity and Education on September the 21st, and our next meeting will be Monday, October 19th. At the September meeting, Mr. Allen shared the 2020 goals of the Advisory Committee. Dr. Fowler spoke about the equity goals, and then we had some information from Dr. Armstrong, and it was a very, very good meeting. And let's see, Dr. Redley shared about the Engage strategic plan, and Dr. Collier gave an update about BASE, where he said 25 students had expressed interest, so that's awesome. Blue Ridge Virtual Governor School, the next board meeting will be December 2nd of this year, and news from Mr. Caraway, who is the director. I think one of the most important pieces was they are currently working on virtualizing their recruitment and application process. So as we at Goochland are working on making sure that students are aware of all their opportunities, the Blue Ridge Virtual Governor School is looking at virtualizing, and so that will make it accessible to a lot of students as well. Thank you.
Great, so board members, Maggie Walker School Board meets on Thursday. As I mentioned last month, there's a lot of discussion and a renewed effort around the idea of equity and access to their services they have there. There's going to be some really difficult conversations in trying to get 12 different school divisions to agree on anything is herding cats. I heard someone say earlier it's pretty difficult to do. But we're committed to doing it, and so that is something that we will begin in earnest on Thursday. In fact, Dr. Rayleigh, there was a call to make sure that everybody shows up and is there, so we'll be fine. We're always there. I hope Richmond City is too. But there's a lot of work that's already been underway from TJ, Thomas Jefferson High School in Fairfax County, has been working at this, and that has been both helpful and an example of how we may not want to do things. But it's something that we're really going to try and have a concerted effort in. I think that's the most important thing for us. The idea of how equity is approached in a school division that sends 7 new students per year is very different than the idea of equity when they're sending 75. So, there's going to be a delicate balance that needs to be struck in order to do that. That's what we're looking at.
District class, our committee met the other day, they did their rebuilding of the organization. We didn't talk about the bylaws, but those were already also presented. So we have the chair from last time is still the chair for this time. Dr. Fowler talked a little bit about the equity also concerning enrollment and the gifted program. It was a very good meeting. There were a lot of new people and everyone appeared to have shown up. So I think it's very promising going forward. We had this is virtually, of course.
Right.
We had a facilities meeting. I'll refer to Dr. Armstrong, if you would, sir. You present some of your salient points, if you like.
Sure, and this would be my report anyway. We did discuss our recent presentation about solar, got into a lot of details around what we've been doing in our facilities in response to our mitigation efforts with COVID, the county school plans at that point. We'll meet again next month but I think we had about 9 people in the call, including Mr. Quarles and Dr. Whaley, and, it's good news.
Still, we have not had a meeting scheduled yet, so we'll look for an update when it comes.
Thank you, sir.
The CTE Advisory Committee meeting met on Monday, September the 28th, virtually. We had over 30 people attending it. It was well turned out. They discussed a lot of things. I put a written report underneath the reports so anybody can read it. It was pretty thorough.
Yeah, thank you, that's great.
And just one quick update, board members, we had the town hall last Thursday, Mr. Quarles and Ms. Warren was there. We had a citizen who expressed concern regarding, our school division's response to dialogue that we had with the youth from Jerusalem Baptist Church this past summer. And, certainly honor that individual's thoughts and concerns. I want to let you know that I have followed up with that individual as well as the leadership of that youth organization. Had a conversation earlier this week and I'm in the process of providing a formalized response to the demands that were made during that setting. And wanted to just let you know about that. I think ultimately we want an ongoing conversation with all of our community regarding these important issues, and I'm encouraging that ongoing dialogue takes place with the leadership of that youth group as well as the youth, so that we value student voice, understand that experience, and can ultimately make improvements for all of our students involved.
Good stuff. Okay, well, thank you. Is there any new business?
Just like to thank the citizens that hung with us this late. We're not used to having folks, especially this long between nights. So thank you so much for your involvement.
All right, now we're down to my favorite item, the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I offer a motion to adjourn, sir.
There is no need for a second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.